Alright, we're live. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kane, your favorite extreme strategy gamer. Today, we're going to be working on the game we designed yesterday. Well, at least the initial design that we did yesterday, which kind of is going to be a human in a robot suit on an alien planet destroying stuff to do something. We haven't really quite figured out everything we want to do yet, but I guess today is where we start figuring it out, fleshing it out, and doing more stuff. Alright, so the thing is, we've installed Digger and Rayfire yesterday, and there are errors. Check the document. Let's see. What are we looking at? Simple, powerful tool. We've got Digger Pro. Real-time in-game editing support. Good Digger Pro. Yeah, we have that. Install package. Click yes. Yeah, we did that, didn't we? Be important. There should be an error. Nope. There's an error. Menu tools Digger. Installation issues. .NET is version 4. I believe we are on .NET version 4. Well, technically it's called .NET Framework now in this version of Unity. Mathematics and Burst automatically installed. Already have that. Oh. You ask, click no. I guess that doesn't matter. We're still using... Oh, it did. It downgraded my version of Burst. Oh. When we said yes to installing packages, it downgraded my version of Burst. Mathematics is still up to date. Okay, so just Burst got downgraded. Let's just upgrade that and see if that fixes the error. Hopefully it does. What else could possibly go? The error does sound like we're using the wrong namespace. Alright. Mesh components assembly def will not be compiled. It has no associated with it. Okay. Right. It's referring to the old nav mesh components. We're using the newer version right now, which is called AI navigation package. It is now an experimental package on Unity. Previously, it was called nav mesh components, which you can only get from their GitHub. But now they've put it on a package manager and they rebranded it AI navigation package. So it's still referring to the old one, calling it nav mesh components. So, alright, so if we go in, check the script that's surface. Okay, let's see. Unity.ai, engine.ai, but I think it's changed. Let's see, packages. Take a look at it. Yeah, so it's changed namespace to UI.ai.navigation. And here it's using Unity engine.ai. Maybe we'll just add that updated namespace in, and maybe that'll work. What else? Yeah, the namespace should be changed to unity.ai.navigation. I think. Alright, let's try it out. Right. Yo. Still does not. Oh, this namespace does not exist. Oh, maybe it's slightly different. It's Unity Engine.ai .navigation. No. No bueno. All wrong then. This is the bigger nav mesh runtime. Take away the other one? It's alright, but let's. Nope, nope. Way more errors than that. Okay, definitely don't take away the old one. Unity.ai.navigate. Or maybe we have. Hang on. The fish could not be found. Should be correct. It's wrong. What game am I making? We're kind of making some kind of robot game right now. Sort of trying to make some kind of um global world destruction robot type game. We have booster jets, grappling hooks, we smash through things, and we're gonna work on the design a bit further, like maybe add some obstacles, maybe add alien plants that slow you down or something like that. And then we need some environment art, and then we need a landscape. Landscape I can do with map magic, so that's run. Yeah, here you go. Ah, you don't need to import them, is that it? If I have, you have those scripts. Click on tools, digger, setup, nav mesh component. Nav mesh runtime component to your project. Okay, so it includes the scripts, and so there's two copies of the same thing in the thing, right? So all we gotta do is switch it. Taking it. Yeah, this runtime nav mesh. That's fine. All right, so it's I guess the first thing is it already includes navmesh components, so now we have two copies of that, and that's probably what's causing the conflict, possibly. Okay, so go into Digger. Mesh components. This is a duplicate set. All right, let's try deleting this. Hey, wait a second, there are no scripts here. It's just one assembly definition file. That's it. All there is. So basically, it didn't import it because it's not here. Oh, wait. It's in the sources. Ah, hang on. No. This is different. This is not runtime. This is their own thing. Hey, wait a second. It is using the right stuff. It's unity.ai.navigation, so it is correct. You can fmesh runtime. Oh, maybe it's because I typed it in. This is the file I edited. This is the one I fixed. This is the one yeah, so that's why it's there, because I added it. Right. Okay. Alright. Okay, so this one is a duplicate. There's nothing in here. It's an assembly definition file. So there isn't anything here. But if we delete that, say we don't need to install that. That's not needed. But I don't think it'll remove anything because there was nothing to remove. The error isn't going to go away because it's not pulling the stuff correctly. Digger. Where the problem is. The errors in this file, it can't find the space. One, to remove this, it still doesn't help. Yeah, it's looking for the nav mesh surface. Have to have nav. Where the hell is it? It should come in from our package to install AI navigation. It should be there. Right, sniff. Correct though, they're all using the unity.ai.navigation. So it should be correct. I don't know why it's bugging out. Maybe we should just delete it and install. Remove this and reinstall it. Experimental package. I mean, it's experimental for 5 years, so it's pretty solid. The only thing is, it used to be only on GitHub, and now to install it, you have to add it by name. Okay, same error. I don't know, it's something to do with Digger. Okay, how about we reinstall Digger, but then this time, when they ask us to install specific packages, we say no, because it kind of did that. I hate it when they do that, because you have no idea what they're trying to install. It's Burst and Mathematics, and they downgraded my version of Burst. Okay, let's remove Digger and install it. Of course, removing it will make the game, or remove all the bugs. Good, at least. The editor? Oh. We have to restart the editor, huh? The Tunket. Alright, fine. So okay. Oh yeah, and Dislike Cats. We were working on a robot game. So yeah. Planet exploration in a mech robot thingy with booster jets and grappling hooks. We smash into things, and there's going to be alien landscapes. And we're trying to figure out the rest of the gameplay, but it's going to be something about finding an object or something of some kind before the planet self-destruct the planet, because we want to do something with Rayfire. Rayfire is very much a destroy the world asset. So you can, at runtime, add a script to a game object, and that will allow you to trigger runtime destruction. That's the difference between Unity and Unreal. Unreal has this built into the engine, but in Unity you have to buy an external asset to do such things. Whereas if you use in the Unreal Engine, you know, it's already there. It's built into the core engine. It's called destruction. It's called the chaos destruction system in Unreal. But I'm more familiar with Unity, so yeah. Difference is that Unity nickel and dimes you for pretty much everything, whereas Unreal kind of just gives it to you. Okay, so basically, you get to blow shit up with that. That's all called concept gameplay, you know. Running around, because the theme for the game jam is no violence, so we can't kill stuff. But you know, objects being destroyed by running through them shouldn't be considered violence. And we decided to make it on an alien planet, so it doesn't really feel like, you know, you're destroying people's homes and stuff like that. And the aliens have abandoned the planet, so kind of like different. But yeah, basically runtime fragmentation destruction is what it does. These objects can be pre-fragmented if you want to cut down on resources, or it can be generated at runtime via a script. So you don't have to like pre-fragment all the files. And if you have like an object, you don't have to tell your artist to break it up into 50 pieces. You don't have to do that, because the script will do that for you programmatically using Voronoi algorithm. It'll split it up into pieces, and then you can just destroy it. Yeah, so basically that's that. Okay, let's see. We're running now. Okay, no errors. Sure. Like it works. Array fire in here. Ink. Yeah, these demos unfortunately don't run very well in HDRP because they use a standard material which you cannot replace. You have to like change your material, because you can't use the automatic upgrade to HDRP. So we have to go find like some other material file and stick it on. Need to find a color that's different. I should stick it on. There you go. Stick it on. Then it's completely white. I want something that looks a little different. Maybe I'll just create a new material. Oh yeah, I'll use one of these. Better. Okay, so instead of that, we'll use like red. Okay, so now you look red, which is a lot better, right? Alright, so and what's happening? Also, the lighting is kind of. But what's supposed to happen? Restrictions, basics. I have no idea what was demo. Save it anyways. Bit of it. The dust demo was. Oh, that light is just thousands fine. Alright, so that's a little dimmer, but you actually see stuff now. It's not so super bright. Okay, now okay, so it didn't really break anything. This is by activation, this act. Those are the demolition things. Other one, that under. That is a rock. So we can duplicate with these. Oh, it also duplicates the thingy and the base. I don't want to duplicate the base. I want to duplicate just these. Okay, so now we'll drop all of that. Let's see what happens. Okay, so those bases are very strong, but all the rocks got trashed though. So that's fun. Okay, so this is kind of the gameplay we're looking for, right? Robot and a guy in a robot suit, running through an alien landscape, destroying stuff as we go. That's kind of the concept we're going for. So anyway, these changes can be reverted because we don't actually want to mess with this scene so much. Someone else might want to look at it. Okay, so what are we going to do in the gameplay? Let's plants. Plants that shoot stuff that oh, oh knockdowns? What's knockdowns? Or what else is good? Ah, how about the planet self-destructing or something? Okay, how about like self-destruction? Planet is self-destructing as player moves through it. Not planet, but planet. Planet is self-destructing as player moves through it. So, maybe the planet is already going to self-destruct even if the player doesn't do it. So when you run through stuff, things could be blowing up. You have to think of like alien landscapes. Like in Earth we have like a volcano, and then things. It's kind of self-destructing as well, right? So we can think of it on an alien perspective. It could be like shooting little projectiles into the air, and when those projectiles land, it will explode stuff on the planet. I'm not sure if that's considered violence though, because we can't have anything with violence in it. We have to do something completely different. Completely non-same. What else do we... Anyway, we can just leave let me just try to dig it one more time, but we can always just leave it out and then come back to it later when we have time to look into it. I don't really have time to troubleshoot stuff. Only 2 days, we're gonna get stuff done. Okay, we skip it this time. Last time we installed it and it gave us issue. It's using good. F mesh component. This we have our own version of nav mesh component. Oh, look what it tries to do. It tries to overwrite the nav mesh source files that we have. Okay, so you have to completely disable this because it tries to overwrite everything. That's where we have a lot of extra issues. So what is this? What is this new file? An assembly definition for components. This is an assembly definition, right? You don't have to install them. Just speed some compiling, but you don't have to install it and it should still work. So that's what happened. We installed the AI navigation package and then the entire thing got overwritten when Digger got installed. Well, that can screw things up. Okay, so should work now, right? Since it's not going to try overwriting the UI, the navigation package. No, there's an alternative. One alternative is to don't install this at all and just use the one that's included from Digger. Maybe they only work with that specific version. I don't know. It shouldn't be that way, but we'll try this out. And if this doesn't work out, then we'll try the other method of removing the AI navigation package and then just using the one that comes with Digger, because perhaps that is what it's needed to get it working, because it might not work with the newer version that we're installing on our own. Alright, so now we'll do it this way. Okay, let's see. Get errors again. Hopefully not. No, we do. We do. Same errors. Good. Errors gone. No, more errors. Alright, so it isn't a quicker fix as I thought it was going to be. Alright, let's try just using the one that comes with Digger to try to see if Digger would work this way. What we'll do is we'll get rid of the experimental package. And we'll reinstall Digger. And let it install its own thing. because it might not be too happy about us installing a newer version of the AI navigation package. Might want its own version because it might have customization to it. Don't know. Okay. Put it again. Time it. Since we deleted it from the packages, it shouldn't try to install into packages. It should try to install it into where this folder is with all the AI navigation. Yep, now you see the entire thing installing correctly, not inside the AI navigation packages. Alright, we'll install this now. Everything goes straight into the digger folder. Should work the same way, just a older version. Although there could be issues because we're using a newer version of Unity. And if that's an older version that they pulled off GitHub, it could be outdated and might not run so well. Version of Unity we're running on. But let's just try it out. See if we have any issue. Alright. Errors. Yeah, because it likes its own installation of Digger. Goodness. Ah, there you go. Oh, this is not runtime digging. The object. Alright, yeah, okay. So it's not runtime digging, it's digging. We are digging. So it voxelizes the terrain when needed. Otherwise, it stays as a regular Unity terrain. But when you dig stuff, it kind of temporarily voxelizes everything. Not really temporarily, but it permanently voxelizes everything, but only on the areas which you have dug. Right? So when you dig something, it changes the terrain and it turns it into a voxel, which can be manipulated, kind of like Minecraft, digging stuff away. All right, so that's a simple demo. Okay, so that's not runtime, isn't it? So we have to go into the runtime demo. Runtime trials tests. Okay. Same step. Go for it. Oh, we do have to set up nav. Contribute GI is when you But this is not going to work if we're using procedural terrains. So maybe Digger would be a bad idea. Because what I want to do is I want to have Voronoi procedurally generated terrain maps. You don't have a terrain file to edit in advance because the terrain will always be auto-generated as you go. It's not going to work out for us, I think. The idea of using Digger may set up for. Oh, there is. So we do that. Okay, so that's done, and then the other one is set up the fmesh. I think we've also done, but I'm just click it again. Okay, it's done, right? Oh, look at that. We can dig a tunnel to the other side of the world. Well, big, big, big. And this is runtime because we're playing scene. Runtime. The entire game could be about digging tunnels on an alien planet to find what we're looking for or something. So anyway, it sort of works. It sort of works. I don't know if we want this because once I install map magic. All right, so I built it from the GitHub source. Hey Anurag, are you there? Okay, so now we got that working. Hey, hey, all the there. Let's running nation. That folder we test folder. think we don't need it. Oh, I don't. Just delete it. I think it's an extra folder that we. I hope we don't need it. Oh my god, I got more errors. Shit. Didn't need it. Hang on a sec. Ah, inside note. So if we need the test folder, that might work. Hang on. Yes, expose is needed because every other regular thing is looking for something else. Looking for stuff in the test folder, and I working on movement. Okay, cool. I'll work on the environment, the terrain, generation system. I've never used Rayfire either though. Save the demo, so I don't really know. Alright, so this is gonna restore our pose folder that we just, and then we'll delete stuff because it's got a whole bunch of stuff that I don't, just causing error. But there's a whole other. Okay, under expose test, maybe that can be removed. Yeah, because it's always the expose test folder. So why don't we go to the expose test folder and delete that? It's testing, right? Okay. Need expose, but we don't need tests. Okay. Good. No, it's needed. Hang on. Wait, hang on. There's a note test as well. So why don't we get rid of all the test folders and under Magic Node. Test folders get deleted. Then maybe. Yeah, it's reloading assemblies. Yay! Yay! Looks like it's compiling. Yay! Success. Yeah, I got this from the developers GitHub, so it may not be packaged for release. I'm an old customer of his. Access to the source repo. Yeah. Oh yeah. Got it working. Okay, so this is the working version. Maybe I should just export this again so I don't have to fix things again. And like magic. All this. fine, so I don't have to dig out and destroy all the... All right, so using this asset called Map Magic, it's basically it's like a matching cubes Voronoi thingy where you can use nodes to create terrains. It still requires a fair bit of work. It doesn't automatically make you the perfect terrains every time. You still have to spend a lot of time twiddling with the node structures and using all these weird mathematical functions, apply it to your map generation algorithm in order to generate the kind of terrains that you want. And that is a lot of work. I'm not sure we can get the perfect kind of terrains, but we'll just try to make some alien looking landscapes. We'll try to make some alienish looking landscapes for the game jam. And then on top of that, we'll have to have our artists work on assets that we can put on top, buildings that we can destroy, maybe some alien plants that have some kind of gameplay element. Put that on top of the alien landscape. Digger may or may not be necessary here, because I'm not sure if Digger works with map magic. Because they seem to expect a terrain file, and we do not have a terrain file, since we procedurally generate the terrain file. So we may not have one. Yeah, so problematic, right? So anywho, yeah, let's go to map magic now. This should play now. Play this, take a look. Yeah, this is all being procedurally generated. Not very alien looking, but that is something we will change. Right now it looks like a regular mountainy landscape, right? This is all procedurally generated. Go back. There is an option for generating infinite terrains. So it could be kind of like, what's that game called? No Man's Sky or something, where you can just keep running and finding more things to destroy. It kind of does that. Kind of lets you do that. Generate infinite. We don't actually. We don't have a camera controller and all that stuff right now, I believe. So that when you move forward, it just generates more terrain in front of you. So whatever direction you're going in, it'll start generating more. So right now it's programmed to generate one terrain tile around the player character or the player camera, and then as you move, it says draft range of 2. So these are drafts. So they're generated, but they're not high quality generations. So that when you're looking in the distance, you see something. It's not fully fleshed out, but it's okay. It's kind of like LOD. It doesn't have to be very, high quality or very clear because you're not that close to it. You can't really see everything in detail anyway. The only reason we can see it so clearly is because we're in scene mode and we're just pulling the camera way back. But as it goes closer, so when you bring the camera, where's the camera anyway? When you bring the camera closer, it starts to generate. You see, it starts to generate and flesh out the terrains as and when you need it, and it will also destroy terrain tiles which you no longer need because you can't see it and it's too far. So as we move the camera, it just keeps making terrain as we go. And this is all based on an algorithm. This is all based on an algorithm which you can set up based on big thing. There you go. So this is the graph that we're using to generate that map. and you can create your own graphs, of course. In fact, part of the fun of this tool is creating your own graphs. You can create very, very cool landscapes, beautiful landscapes that blend from one biome to another. It's got really complex things. A lot of the stuff I requested over the years with this developer, he has implemented. So biome blending, you know, a lot of really cool stuff. But it's not easy to use. It's not a very easy tool to use. So if you're like a newbie to Unity development, you don't want to use something like that because this requires a lot of technical knowledge and some mathematics to use. You probably want to use something really simple, something like Gaia or something very, very easy to use. Just a stamping tool. This one, you actually have to spend some time working out how you want the terrains to look, and it's procedurally generated every time. But I like it this way because I love procedural generation, and I like being able to create wildly different landscapes, not have to custom sculpt anything or custom level design the thing. I like everything procedurally generated. My preference, my preferred tool for creating unique landscapes. So what we're trying to do is we're going to try to make alien looking stuff, alieny. So we'll work on that. Let's see. Set up some stuff and then it up into. All right. First of all, don't edit the original graphs you're working on. Make copies of them if you need to, and then edit the copies. Because this tool saves every single change you do, even though you didn't want to save it. So, like for example, you mess up this, and then now your example is destroyed. So if you want to use another example, can't because you just destroyed your only example. It lets you do real-time editing, and it automatically saves everything. So don't edit directly. And there's lots and lots of graphs we can try and play with. So let's try some others. Got Badlands out. You can see map immediately changed, and now we have a desert Badlands environment because it runs on a different graph. And now you can generate it infinitely in any direction. Yeah, pull the camera, it just keeps making more. Yeah, just keeps generating more Badlands ad infinitum as and when we need it. And you can see it. This is runtime, and it does it fairly quickly. I wouldn't say it's super real time. There'll be like a half-second pause as you're generating at runtime. Right now, there's nothing on the map. It's just a terrain, so it's just a height map. It's got no objects. So once we start layering down more assets, you know, like plants, things with gameplay, things with scripts attached, it's going to cause more lag. So when you're transitioning between tiles, it could cause, depending on the quality of the computer, of course, and the power of the computer, it causes between 0.5 to maybe 5 seconds of lag as you're generating terrains as you go. But that all depends on the machine, the hardware. So if you have a pretty good machine, then generating it could be unnoticeable. Could be like a half-second little bump as you're moving forward. Yeah, but on the weaker machines, it could cause more trouble. So the alternative to that is instead of generating small, numerous tiles, you could generate like a super tile, like one massive super terrain file, like 16 kilometers by 16 kilometers. So you won't actually need to generate anything further. and all the load time will be basically on the start. So when you start game, you might have to wait a few seconds. It'll generate the big supermassive terrain, but then in gameplay at runtime, the player will not notice any lag because you're not generating any more at runtime. And you can set it up so that you don't have infinite generating terrains. This is all configurable, of course. So you can just generate one massive super landmass and then just put colliders at the end so you can't fall off the planet. And that's it. That could be your entire game map. Anyway, something super big like 16 kilometers by 16 kilometers is kind of ridiculous. So it's so big that someone will, I mean, unless they really, really try very hard to get to the edge, they will not get to it. 16 kilometers to run is pretty crazy in Unity terms. So yeah, this is Badlands. And then we can change the graph. I'm not sure if we can change the graph at runtime. Just try it for the hell of it. Say we want a biome. Oh yeah, you can do it at runtime. So we change the graph at runtime. Now we get a completely different graph. Look at that. At runtime in play mode. This is crazy. So now we can just put a loading screen. The player doesn't actually see the transition. You can put a loading screen and then boom, you're in a new alien planet. Welcome. Or we can have the player jumping between Earth and alien planets. That's also possible. You know, just put a loading screen and then we transition the graph, and then we'll be in a new place with a totally different look. And it'll be like, whoa, did that just happen? Teleported to Earth. Civilization. Very flat. Flat. Yeah, as always, all the graphs, you know, you can kind of look at them and see how they're constructed as you go out and make your own. This one has a biome set, so all you need to do to plug it in, it's empty because you haven't plugged in what it's looking for the biome set. Like it's asking for a graph for oceans. It's asking for a graph for dunes. So if you create those graphs and you just connect the graph tool, the node to it, then it will start to create all of those things, right? No, it's actually importing from here. It's actually importing from different graphs. So it's importing from villages, it's importing from mountains and forests. So it's actually already generating it. So why isn't it actually making anything? Why does it look like a flat landscape? Height map. We've got erosion, we've got noise, we've got some contrast, blends, blurs. It is importing from various maps and then supplying it to biome set. So it actually should start loading up those, unless those graphs were those graphs. There was a forest graph. Got stuff on it. So yeah, all these are pink because they are different. We can always change. Demo material. Oh, the HD one works fine. Trees and the stuff. But it's not even really that necessary to change this because this is just, yeah, we can change that. Fix it. Oh no, you can't fix automatic because you see what it's doing? It's doing a custom shader. I kinda hate it when they do. You can't automatically switch the shader. Now if we switch it like that, it's going to be really ugly. That and find the text. It's got this custom looking. I'm not sure what that is. An A mask map and panic suit. I have no idea what this one. It says SSSV. SS sounds like subsurface scattering, but I have no idea. In any case, we're not really going to be using these trees, so even if they look weird, I guess it's fine. Right? Okay, so back to seem to, some of them are. There are two types of trees, I suppose. But even the one that's quite loaded, white, right? I mean, it's sort of loading, but it's ugly as hell. Yeah, that's probably because it's the wrong shader and everything is just wrong. That's fine. We'll make our own trees and we'll build our own alien landscape. We don't need any of these. Our own. Okay, so anyway, that's in the demo. But we can always change the graph, right? So when you look at this graph, it kind of points you to what kind of assets go into it. Right, so these are the trees that are there. And one of those we edited, the pine. Yeah, there you go. That's here. So it's got two lists of trees. Right, and those are LODs. So, or at least I think they're LODs. No, no, this is what it's looking at. The rest are LODs. Play this scene. Everything else will be a LOD. So the camera's pointing down forward. Right, when you go in close, you can see some of them. I think we're using the wrong shader for this because it needs to be a transparency. Yeah, because it's just completely. Yeah, but because it uses a custom shader, converting it to a default shader is a lot more work. Yeah, not to worry though, we're not actually good. So, not an issue. Okay, so other than that, there are all other terrains we can. So a lot of these, the focus of course is the height map. So what the height map is it tells the terrain how high it needs to generate. So you can do things like flat terrains, you can do things like mountains, dunes, oceans, those kinds of things. And I think my focus is just making sure that the height maps will be usable. And then on top of that, we'll use terrain textures that kind of give you that alien look and feel. That's what I'm looking for. An alien look and feel. So shall we do start making some random shit to make it fun? Let's start with what was a good intro map? The mountains is a bit much. A bit too mountainy. I want it be a little bit mountainy, but not too mountainy. I don't want it to be completely flat because that would be not so interesting. But alien landscapes sometimes are completely flat, right? Like a moonscape. It's flat and it's got little craters in it. So we can kind of do something like that. But let's just look at all the different height map options. I want to get a good feel for it. Then we can. Well, the taiga looks okay. It's got some height, but it's kind of flat. So it looks a little alieny, but it's got some height. If you use the right textures, this could look very alien. Very alien-y. It could work. So tiger is not terrible. Let's see, tropical. That's probably with little more mountainy looking. Very weird too. All the Whittaker graphs seem weird. I don't know. The other stuff wasn't called. I have this issue with some of the other graphs. So it must be something about those graphs that cause those problems. Yeah, so you got this nice ice map. So using this tool and a little bit of work, we could generate a lot of different kinds of like environment biomes, alien looking biomes. And if the player run through it, look for, we still have to work out the gameplay. We still have to work out the gameplay. And we're kind of like running with it because we can't just sit here debating the best game idea because we just don't have that much time. So we kind of just roll with it. So what are we thinking? Add alien-y looking objects, alien-y looking plants and structures, like some little alien-y organic type things. Well, artists are online, so hey, Bino's online. He's our animator. Hey, Bino. So, so for animation, I think to make it simpler, we'll make our robot a humanoid robot. Because if we make some kind of like big like a mech kind of thing, it would require us to make full custom animations for it. What do you think about animating robots, Dino? I don't know how you feel about animating robots. We'll have to build it, we have to rig it, and then figure out how to animate it. So it can be animated like humanoid style. There's some animes that animate robots in a humanoid style, and then there's also like this game called Mech Warrior where the big robots move very clunky and sluggish and slow like big robots. So there's several ways to there's several options to pick when we want to build a robot, right? The humanoid anime style kind where they are like super agile and the robots move exactly like humans. So you could literally use human animations on the robot and it would not look wrong because they're supposed to look like humans. Robots are kind of easy. Yeah, that's if you make them the slow moving clunky robots. But then you look at Japanese anime like Macross or Patlabor or something. Their robots are like super agile and can fly and can do spins and somersaults, and your hands are like humans. They're very agile. That feels like more humanoid than robotic. So if you prefer the clunky one and you're sure you can do the whole locomotion cycle, and because we're thinking of using grappling hooks, so if we can grapple hook something, you'd have to custom an animation for the grapple hook animation. It would be split in like multiple parts. Like when you shoot the grappling hook, you need an animation for that, and then there'll be like the in-flight part of the grappling hook animation. You'd be like, while you're flying around on that grappling hook, there's a new animation for that. And then there'll be an arrival animation where once you arrive at the location that you grappled to, then you play another different animation. So there's quite a bit of work to do there. And right now we don't have the robot yet. What's up? Let me know when you then we work on that. So I'm not that much of an artist, but I can just temporarily create a prototype. But then you see, if the artist makes something different, then we have to rig it differently. Then all the animations will not work. We kind of need the character first. None of the artists are online because we all go in different time zones. All the artists are in Europe, and we are in. I am in Asia. Bino is in Asia. Anurag is in Asia, so we have like completely different time zones. Maxim is in Europe as well. Our artists and our musicians are in Europe. Programmers and animators are in Asia. Anyway, Bino, you have a think about that because we need the artist to be able to make a robot model. Maybe even just do a really quick one so that we can rig it and start animating it. Then they can go clean up the thing. Just not change the general dimensions of the robot. Therefore, we can already have a rig that we can use for animation. Because otherwise, if you have to wait for the artist to complete their work, it could take a day or two. And then you have like 1 day to do all the animations. So that will be really, really hard. Another option is just to use an asset for the art. But that sucks, right? You have two artists and you gotta use an asset for the art. That sucks. I'd rather make our own. Or another alternative is we use an asset because we want to reuse that rig. And then after that, the artist can replace the model but keep the rig. So we don't have to worry about the rig. That's another option. Anyway, all you guys have your mic disabled, so I have no idea what you're thinking. That's okay. I'm used to talking to myself. So anyway, back to what we're looking at. So this is the snow map. And then we have a lot of different options, but ocean 2. Right, this is just the base of the ocean. There should be water over it. Mountains. It's really, really jagged. Okay, so we're going to do something completely different. I want to find something with like a good baseline to start with, and then we'll work on that. How about dunes? Just dunes is like cool looking, right? Desert dune. There are two versions. One is a little lower, and then one is like super hyped up. Let's use the lower one. Okay. Get it. The thing is, this one doesn't have all the like foresty textures and landscapes. I want to find something that has those kinds of things so that I can use and plug in other stuff later. Let's find something. Badlands. Like that. So it doesn't have a section where it plugs in all kinds of textures. I want to save some time and be able to just plug in textures easily. It does. It does. It has all these texture areas. But these are all for different variations of sand textures. It's not a bad one to play with though. Is it a bad land? Then there is green places. How about the steps? Alright, that one. Not look very. Oh, that's because we haven't played it yet. So the brown areas is expected to be below the water surface. There's no beach line, is because that's supposed to be the beach. I guess that's supposed to be the beach line. Well, the sand material looks wrong. You can always change that. What SFX do you make? Building collect. Alright, cool. I'll check it out. Okay, so I'm thinking of having a plant that shoots some kind of thing that maybe slows down the robot. So I don't know. Let me visualize it a little bit for you. So maybe some kind of flower kind of thing. You know, some kind of flowery thing. And then it shoots this thing out. Shoots this thing out that that it's targeted at the player, and if it hits the player, it explodes and slows them down. And my art is obviously AAA grade, so it's hard to visualize. But I'm trying. So like a Venus flytrap, that shoots a little. Isn't that considered violence? No, it's not damaging you, right? Isn't it? It doesn't damage you. It's like non-violent. Just an alien plant. I don't know. I don't know if it's considered violence. I'm trying to find things that are not violent, and I thought that was like not very violent, right? I mean, isn't destroying buildings violent too? If that's the case, because you're destroying things. I don't know. Is it like how far can you go with the non-violence theme? So I don't know. Like let me think. Alien Venus flytrap, something like that. Okay. Not really Venus flytrap, but some flower that has a thingy in the center that it shoots stuff at you. I don't know. Maybe this is violent. So if we don't have that, then how are we going to make things interesting? You know, how to make the gameplay more interesting? You can't just have the guy running around walking with nothing disturbing him, right? Oh, how about this? Since it's the alien robot parkour game, how about we introduce terrain dangers, like maybe like acid pools that you can't touch, or like lava things that you have to use your grappling hook to bypass, you know, something like that. So terrain obstructions. But that's still very boring. Like that's not enough. There has to be like more obstructions to the player gameplay. Otherwise, it's just really boring. You know, it's like super easy and you can just run through everything. It has to be more complicated than that. That's why I was thinking maybe some plants that hinder you. But then, you know, does it constitute violence? You have no guns. I was thinking of maybe a freeze gun that freezes things. You're not killing anything. Is that still violence? Broken steam pipes? Yeah, you're right. Maybe that. But you see, you can't have broken steam pipes everywhere, right? Or can you? I mean, it's our game. We can make up anything we want, right? Well, but we could also have plants that shoot steam, right? Like environmental, like steam vents shooting out steam. But that's all the same thing. It's all environmental dangers. That all classifies as environmental dangers. But since it's sort of like a robot parkour game, that could do it. right? Like it's like a little plant that shoots out spores of things. You just have to avoid them. But see, is that violence? Is that violence? It's not violence, right? So it is all very subjective. Is anything that can hurt you violence? But it's not hurting us, right? You don't die, it's just slowing you down. But you know, you can die, right? I mean, it doesn't say anything about you not being dying. You dying is not violence. People die of old age. Not violence. Death isn't violent. And death to environmental causes isn't violence. Is it? Not violence, is it? Yeah, the violence rule is ruining us, Bino. It's ruining us. Like every game I want to make has some form of violence in it. So hard, right? Every game I can think of is like there's some kind of violence in it. Natural cause is not violence. That's what I thought. Like plants doing what plants do. It's not violence, right? Because it's organic. The plants do these things, and you just happen to be in the way. So it's not violent. It's maybe it shoots things into the air normally, and you just happen to be in the way, and it hurts you. But it's not trying to hurt you. It's just plants doing what they do. Natural disasters depends. Okay, but imagine this: we are on an alien planet, and then there's things going around. It's an alien planet, right? So we can make things like lava pools, acid pools, cliffs that drop, and then you fall and take damage. That's not violence, right? If you fall and take damage, that's not violence, is it? If you touch pollen, you slow down. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Something that hinders your progress, because you can't just run around and do whatever you want and nothing stops you. That's not fun gameplay. You must introduce hurdles, right? We have to introduce things that cause you to not be able to do it so quickly, so easily. Don't think so. You think that it's violent? You think that plants are violent? Well, then what do you do? It's got to have some kind of stuff, right? Otherwise, how do you make it interesting? We could even make this a robot crafting, like you're an alien planet and you're crafting something to like build your own ship to get back out, but this kind of game is going to take forever to do. Like a crafting system. That way we can use the digger, right? Because you shoot your collector beam. You're like a robot, right? You shoot your collector beam at the material you want to collect, and then you check your inventory, and you're collecting those minerals or whatever you're shooting at. Collector beam, and then you can go and build your base, and then your base to build a ship, and then fly off the planet or something like that. But that just seems like way too much work. Impossible to do in 2 days. Because I think it's more important to have interesting gameplay than to just make a game for the team. Because if you just focus on just the team alone, those games are going to be really boring, right? There's only a few types of games you can make. Those Barbie dress 'em up games, Sim City. Even Sim City has like natural disasters. Like The Sims, that kind of game. Not that those are boring. They can be interesting too, but it's going to take way more work to do a Sims kind of game. And we can't just keep designing the game forever because there's no time. We're on day 2 now, so we have to get everything finalized. So it's easier if we just focus on this concept and just add to it. That way, everyone has something they can do already. At least we know what they can do already. Check out this. Yeah, Maxim. That's cool. You can kind of work on the soundtrack too. It's science fiction. It's in an alien planet. Yeah, I think that's good enough inspiration to start like coming up with some tunes. Science fiction, alien planet, alien landscape.
Do I have any sound effects I have to make still?
Sound effects. I don't know. You see, if we don't want a plant attacking people, then
Hmm.
what can we do?
Run around. Like I said, we could just have like those flowers pollinating, and if you touch one of those pollens, you slow down.
Fair enough, yeah. That could be
So
done.
it's not violence. It's just you're being in crossfire and everything, like hay fever.
It's not violent if the planet is just like that, right? I mean, it's got lava, and then
Yeah,
it's got acid pools, and you have to avoid all these things. And then you have plants that also you need to avoid. That's fine, right? That's not violence, is it?
it's dangerous, but it's
Yeah,
not
dangerous, right?
violence.
It's dangerous, but it's not violent. But violence isn't danger. I mean,
Violent
it's not
is
the same
when
thing,
we
right?
it's behavior involving physical force intending to harm, damage, or kill something or someone or something.
Well, damaging.
Technically,
If it's damaging, then
it is
everything is
damage.
violence.
But if it's like there's a thing called norm, where if the lava and everything is normal here, it's it's not a behavior involving physical force. It's just there, like traffic. Traffic is not violence. It's just, it could be violence, but it's not violence.
Right. So So if we're okay with plants, then why don't you design a series of sound effects that can be used for plants, like that flower shooting something in the sky kind of thing, and then that round little thing could hit the player and cause him to slow down, or some pollen that you run through a field and it slows you down and generate little some kind of alieny sounding sound effect
Mm,
that when you step on it, it could generate some weird sounds and slow you down.
okay, okay. Let's see. So
If you can visualize that.
I will need more fix on what the flowers will do, whether they're gonna pollinate or are they gonna throw things or something.
I mean, something that
So
shoots something
one,
in the air. So like a boop,
yeah,
boop, boop kind of thing, and it goes up and it comes down and it goes or something like that. What do you think?
yeah, yeah, that should work.
Like a
Let's see.
boop, 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 and it shoots, little projectiles in the sky, and those
Mm,
projectiles can be shot at the player, and then when they explode, they make a little squishy, explodey sound.
how fast is the bullets gonna fall down over the pollens?
It goes up very slow, and then maybe it comes down a bit faster. I can't really tell you how fast. Like gravity, you throw up. Let's say it looks like a 1 kilogram round organic blob. It shoots in the air. So you can visualize when it drops down. It should be
So when
pretty
it
fast.
drops down, it's faster.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it shoots up, it's a bit slower, and it's gonna go in like a trajectory, right? So it's gonna go up and then curve its way towards the player, and then hit somewhere nearby. And I guess if the player is constantly moving and running, he can avoid it.
Uh, yes, for now we'll just work on these three. Okay.
All right. And then soundtrack. Soundtrack will be good. All right, so let's look at make it infinite. Well, let me just play that, and when it's infinitely generating, let's see if it's interesting. And it doesn't have to be water though. It could be different types of liquids. But I do have a HDRP water shader we could put in. Grab it. At the very least, it's nice looking water. You know, I got an idea about instead of like a freeze gun or something, we give the robot like he has a grapple on the left hand. On the right hand, he has a like a antimatter weapon which destroys terrain. So that way we can use the digger tool to dig holes because he's destroying terrain as he goes in, so he can dig his way through the ground or something. Although I don't know if that's going to be interesting gameplay. But let's say the objective is like deep in the earth. Deep in the earth of the alien planet. So first of all, he runs on the surface, and after that, when he figures out where the objective is, he has to dig his way through into the ground to get to the thing. I'm not sure if that's a good idea though. Oh no, didn't die, it just took forever. Lake. Scene. Scene. Alright, this is any water.
Three sound effects has been done.
Alright, so this is the water.
Time to make the music.
I think it's hard, right?
It can be.
Well, this to me. Water is very nice. Nice looking water. Ages and pages of changelog. Okay, I guess. Hey, what's up, Zentrix? Yeah, doing game dev today. Play and see what happens. Got reflection. It's definitely wrong. Let's just copy paste one from the demo. Stuff. See what happens. Scene. Ah, alright. There's this whole UI that we want, right? If we disable that, the waves become really calm. That on, they look way more active. we can just hide it. But it's still there. Okay, so one that has the water surface. Now, how do we work it? Right? So this is not the right kind of sandy. But if we replace it the right kind of texture, like some sandy looking thing, it could look. Okay, so this is if you want the planet to look like Earth. I don't know. I think we need something that looks like Earth. We need like just purely alien landscapes. So even the water can be something that purely looks. The LOD. It looks like decent. We have to apply underwater effects to the. But I don't think we need to worry that much about underwater effects. Because it's third person. So if the robot jumps into the water, you don't have to show an underwater view. Better. Alright, so what's next? Let's work on the graph. Wait a second. What? Oh, that was during runtime. That's right. We did it during runtime, so it doesn't save. Yes. Okay, so this is what we did, and then the. Okay, so we'll just. And it. Okay, next thing we're gonna do is we find that graph. We do. Coming changes. Grappling gun and third-person controller. Right. Let me push up some of the things I've added as well. Do you upload your scene as well? Because then I scene to. Oh, it's buggy. No worries, man. So let's see. Upload this stuff as well. We uploaded a few assets: Crest, Digger, Map Magic. Previously we had Require in there, so all the destructible parts are there. Destructible. That to the sample scene. You shouldn't use the sample scene. You should, create a version of the sample scene and save it separately because now if we want to go back and see if the sample scene runs just to see if there's any problems, we can't do that anymore. So don't override anything. Create a new one or save as, use the sample scene and save as something else. Okay, let's say install. Okay, right, pushing those things. That should take a while though. Okay, so let's take a look at the control. I like this plastic SCM thing. It doesn't interfere with development. Unity Collaborate was so extremely slow. Every time you made some changes, it just spent many minutes recompiling and all that. So slow. But SCM, plastic SCM doesn't seem to interfere asynchronously commit changes while we're working. Doesn't slow us down or interfere with development. Well, we are still sync. I think it's yeah, it's probably because it's waiting for the sync to complete before running the scene. I know it's shouldn't take that long to load. Maybe you can't play a scene while you're syncing. You just crash it. Work. Sound effect, Max. Yeah, so that's a that's a splashing one, and then maybe like a boopy one for it when it goes up in the air. Then we'll make a little alien plant that shoots things in the sky or something. If I save my work? My work? Yeah, it's safe. Oh, except the alien planet one. But I did save that too. Yeah, we can restart. But it's trying to sync. Let it sync. Plus. Yeah, it hasn't synced it. Yeah, so maybe it doesn't like you pressing play. You can do work, but you just can't hit a scene. Yep, not look like it's take that long even. I want checking up the work because we are. Oh, you just uploaded the script. That's probably why. I think you need to sync before you push any changes to the oh, otherwise there'll be some. I don't know. Either crashed or it's just. I think it's crashed. Let me just. Alright, so I'm gonna. And. Conflict. Assets. Did you change something to the project settings? Oh yeah, you just installed the starter assets. That's fine. Oh, it's because I added stuff as well. Yeah, I added Digger, Map Magic. Okay, how do we? Oh, I guess I saved it as. Wait a second. Like, what's it? Don't use. Oh, but it's all over the place. Like V2. Copy that. Resolved. But I want to change that too. What happened? We're trying to figure out how to use this new tool. This plastics SCM thing, it's different from Git. It's integrated into Unity, which is a blessing and a curse because all these things are integrated, so you can do things within the Unity editor. But it's also when it has issues, it is stopping you from doing other stuff, insisting that you resolve it first. A blessing and a curse. But let's figure out how to use it. Is it just waiting and something? Ah, okay, finally. So are we happy with it? Okay, it still thinks there's something wrong. Didn't we just okay. Um we diffed the changes. Can we merge the incoming changes? Merge keeping the incoming change. Can I just merge the selected file? How do I? Merge tool. So base, source, destination, result. Okay. That's what I wanted to do, right? I wanted to add the one that you have. So what the base is the base was the complete one. Is okay. So this one. Wait a second. Lost this. It you lost the changes from the stuff I installed. Crest and all that just vanished. Yeah, you changed the project settings. So you installed the starter asset, which added that to the project path. But then I installed some other things and they're all gone now because I kind of merged. So why is there a conflict? There's no conflict now, is there? There's technically no conflict, right? It just merged them all. But then I've lost a bunch of things. So now the tools that I installed might not work properly. I might have to reinstall them. Definitely causing a lot more work. Clicking the buttons above. Buttons above. Editing the result file or marking as well. We did just. How do we buttons? Okay. Solved, so it's done, right? I might have to reinstall those tools so they add themselves back into the project path. Otherwise, when they are checking to see if they're installed, they don't know that they're installed. It's just a line of text though, such a pain in the ass. But I can't remember what it looked like. Okay, we have a whole bunch of changes. I think I'm gonna delete them and reinstall them so that they are properly added into the path. Digger was added already. Digger is fine. Preston pick have installed. it'll put itself back on the project path. The same thing. All right. I love the planet. Camera needs to be a bit further away because we can't see stuff up top. Oh, you have to hold the grapple? Up though. Yeah, but that's alright. That's a grapple. Animating would be a hell though. I can, I guess. Yeah, it sort of works. I saw this. Yeah, animating is going to be really hard though. You need to play you need some timing as well. Aim at an object, grapple to it, play different animation sets, and then play an arrival animation set. It's third person. That's oh, was the original code like a first person? First person. Looks like it works. The animating of the matter though. Later we're gonna change. It's just testing it. But we'll end up having to build our have to get a better camera anyway. Because the way the camera works right now, it's too zoomed in close target. Further away. Alright, so what else are we need for the character? Grapple, booster jets. So you press spacebar and it boosts forward in like a 45-degree angle. So we can jump over things. Yes. So instead of jumping, we use that booster. Okay, let me push up these changes this time. Hopefully we'll be fine now. Sticker is already installed. Alright, let's push that up. I did have. Well, it's not an alien planet yet, but it will be once we're done with it. Okay, and play. Generate infinite. It's got to do with LOD, I think. The LOD means that they're generating a very abstract version of the. When we're near to the camera, generate some better quality. Or we can just align with view. Right, so now you see like generates much better looking waves when it's the camera. Some kind of LOD system. So when they're far away, the waves look relatively crappy. Oh, the foam is very low res LOD thingy to when you go close to the camera, that the quality of stuff is, yeah, it's some kind of LOD. That's fine. As long as it looks good in front of the camera, it's all good. Alright, so green laser is on now, and we're trying to assign him some artwork to do. Okay, so best if he could get on chat, but he will have to assign him. I think he's very familiar with YouTube. I sent him a link to the YouTube live stream, and he's like, "Is this?" the full video. Like, no, it's a live stream. I'm talking to you right now. I'm talking to you right now, Green. Live. We're live on air. Say hi to mom. But anyway, we need a robot. Oh, he's not catching up with all the. What's considered hard surface, right? All right. So reference model for this. Go dig up some. All right. Mecha or it's robot suit. The like a good human robot suit. How about that one? Oh, it's a stock photo. Detailed doesn't. Like that, or we can find some other concepts, but that one looks kind. We also need landscapes. Yeah, was this making a game for a game jam? Making a game for a game jam, so the theme is no violence. So our robot is not a fighting robot. Kinda. It's a bit challenging. Since there's no combat, so any kind of mechanic that I can think of is just gone. So we're making a kind of silly robot game right now. We're trying to figure out how to make it fun, but right now it doesn't seem very fun. Right now it's kind of a robot jumping around, trying to get to an objective to pick up some stuff. So it doesn't feel very fun right now. But we might be able to make it fun with a bit more development. So we just have to keep on that same concept and try to evolve that concept right now. So right now we're trying to design an alien landscape that will be procedurally generated infinitely. So then we add gameplay elements. Okay, so the objective is we can play with things that explode or get destroyed. So like alien structures that you have to run through, and then by running through you can maybe destroy them. So things will just blow up. In fact, we want to add like terrain elements that already might cause like random destruction. Like for example, I thought about like an alien plant that shoots little balls at you that explode and slow you down. But those balls, we're gonna make them physics enabled so you can hit objects and blow them up too, so kind of like a way to create destruction even though the player didn't run into the object. That little plant could shoot things that blow up on you, maybe. But then again, it looks like it's shooting bullets at you and they say no violence. So if it's shooting something at you, even though it doesn't hurt you, does it count as violence? So there's a lot of really difficult design because it's kind of asking for no violence and every kind of gameplay, you know, unless you're talking about like the really like casually type games, like Sims. Sims has no violence in it, but those kinds of games will take an eternity to develop the core concept. Platformers, yeah, that's the thing. See, I don't play platformers. I hate playing platformers. I played them in the 80s, but I don't have interest in playing platformers anymore. I don't have any intention of playing platformers. Like in the 80s I played them, but I'm done with platformers. Now I do strategy games. But this is not a strategy game. This is just some kind of improvised gameplay mechanic that we are just kind of just, wrangling together to try to make something interesting. However, it has to be interesting, and right now I'm not convinced it's even fun. I'm not convinced it's even fun, but you see, the thing is with these kinds of game jams is that there's not enough time. You can't just sit there and keep thinking about the best idea you could possibly do, because by the time you finish thinking of the idea, it's over. There's no time to make it. So right now it's not like we really love that idea, but all the other ideas are even harder to do and don't necessarily look fun either. So of all the ideas we have, I guess this is one of the easier ones to pull off that we can maybe do in 2 days. And maybe it'll end up being fun. I don't know. Right now, in my head, I don't think it's very fun. And just my honest opinion of my own designs. Like, I'm slapping myself. I know. But it's It's hard. This no violence is hard. Even having alien plants shoot at you could be constituted as violence. But then what are you gonna do if you have nothing shooting at you? Then your gameplay is super boring. It's kind of like I don't know, like a racing game. Like you're running around as the robot, then you have a grappling hook. So our concept is you're like a robot thingy. So you got your robot thingy. We're making it a humanoid robot because otherwise it's going to be really hard to animate. We have a robot thingy. He's got booster jets and a grappling hook. And you can smash through things because your armor is super powerful. And we're looking for something that the alien stole from us. We haven't figured out that part yet, but it's like a objective, right? Why are you in this alien planet? Okay, so maybe we can cook up a story. We can make it fun. We can make it funny, but the gameplay sounds like it's still going to suck. But we could make it at least funny. Like for example, we could have a little intro cinematic, and then it says like there'd be an alien talking on that cinematic. It'd be like, "Ha ha ha! We're going to blow up your planet," and the way to stop it is to get this item on this planet, and then they can say that, haha, we've evacuated this planet and it will self-destruct in 5 minutes. And after the alien just signs out, and it'll be like, okay, we need to drop on this planet, find the thing, save planet Earth, that kind of thing. We'll make it funny because I don't know how else we'll make it interesting. We'll make a little funny looking alien that says, haha, we're blowing up Earth, haha, that kind of thing. And like, haha, we put the key on a planet and you guys will never get it in time. We've evacuated, bye bye, that kind of thing. And then next thing you know, we are dropping onto this planet and like, there's 5 minutes, let's go get it, And so we're trashing the planet there. We're trashing their alien planet because hey, it's an alien planet, right? So I don't know, are you killing aliens? No, because they evacuated. So the aliens are setting up this planet for self-destruct. So it's gonna like self-implode. We'll have little explosions going on, even though nobody's shooting, because maybe the aliens have already rigged explosives to blow up their own planet, right? So there's a lot of stuff blowing up. Because we're using this tool called Rayfire, and it allows you to like procedurally fragment and explode things. So basically we can create all these landscapes that will blow up when you run through them, or maybe they'll self-explode. Maybe it's already rigged for explosions because the aliens have already decided to leave and abandon the planet, right? So the planet is rigged for self-destruct. So we are going in there to try to find the thing that will save planet Earth, something like that. And then, we just go there, and there's a limited amount of time. And you're basically a robot with parkour skills, so you can grapple, you can booster jet, you can run, fly, whatever. I mean, that kind of thing. And you're just trying to get to the objective and get it. So we blow shit up all along the way, but it's boring until you can introduce some barriers. How will it make you, what will challenge you from just going there and getting it? So we want to think of like, okay, how about obstacles? We can have lava rivers, acid lakes, whatever. Plants that shoot weird things at you, but they're not going to kill you or destroy you because those, it's non-violent, right? So how about plants that shoot little things that slow you down, right? Because it's like a parkour kind of game. So yeah, maybe that'll work. So it's a very difficult concept to work with, because it's not that it's impossible to make a game that has no violence, but I will tell you, I don't make games that I don't enjoy playing. So like, you want me to make me like a Barbie game, dress them up kind of game? No, you'll never see me making such a game because I don't play these kinds of games. Something like The Sims I would consider playing, but something like The Sims has such a huge scope that you'll never be able to do anything interesting in 2 days. So we have a lot of considerations. First of all, it has to be easy enough for us to do within 2 days. Second of all, it has to require few enough assets so we don't have to, because we only have like 2 artists, and I don't know how fast they work, so I don't know if we'll be able to get enough props and stuff in time to have anything interesting by the time we have to submit the project. And then third of all, we have to be able to code the mechanics, so it can't be so complex that we'll never be able to finish it within right now we only have 1.5 days, so there's a very, very small amount of time to make something playable, much less fun and enjoyable. We don't know about the fun and enjoyable, but we can sort of make this playable. Whether we can make it fun or not is questionable. It's highly questionable, but we'll try our best to try to implement some interesting mechanics in there. But we're thinking our hearts out, like, like little plants that shoot stuff at you that just explode on you but may not kill you or something. Buildings that may self-destruct or something, so that you can see like all these things that blow up. That's what we want. We want stuff that blows up. But we can't have weapons, right? Because non-violence. So stressful. So right now I'm working on the terrains. Anuraj is working on the character controller and the game mechanic. Trying to get the environment to procedurally generate so we can have an interesting environment every time we play it. Alright, let me create a folder for um maybe no. Create a folder out here. All that. Okay. That's where we're gonna put all the graphs that we create. Let's go into Magic, pull out some of the graphs. Oh wait, no, we have one here. There, it's go to demo. Let's just copy. The other things are interesting as well. You know what? Let's just copy all of them. Then, okay. Drop them my graphs folder because these are the versions I'm. All right. Okay, so this one. Mess with this. Hit one. Okay, so this is the graph we're going to work with. It's hard to see the effects of it. Like it's how about the all right, so now you can visualize what's happening as we mouse is dying on me. Yeah, I guess we can't make it. All right, so this is a difficult one because I mean I'm working on two monitors, but if you guys can't see me doing it, then it's less fun, right? But okay, so there is height map, erosion, to a bunch of modifiers, and then it outputs the textures. Alright, we're gonna need to get some textures too. Just go find some text. Alright, so here, download free CC0 textures, which we'll use to that one. Although they don't look very alien-y, so we want to find some alien. We could make the grass look a different color though. That could also make it look alien like that. This is plaster, but to give it a different shade to look kind of alien-like. Gravel like two. Plaster. You also need structures, right? Alien structures. Structures will be. Ah, that looks very alien-y, right? Like an alien rock material. That that looks like the Icelandic rock. But yeah, that one with a weird shade of tint would look very alien-like. What about this? This is like leather. Maybe, but maybe not. Moss can be. But that looks like some kind of smooth rock. Yeah, yeah. This could also be used for like some kind of alien moon-like landscape. It's polished material. It says plastic. Doesn't really look plastic to me. That one, that's metal. Yeah, metal. Metal we could use for our alien buildings. Some rusty old alien buildings. That also looks like it could be that too. Oh, it's not HDR. Okay, I don't need that. That one. Some jagged rock material. That one definitely has some marble. What about alien marble structures? Why not, right? Maybe marble is really common on alien planets. That could be. Can take that. Gravel looks thing. That one also looks like it could be like some alien moon rock kind of. All right, that looks like somewhat. Uh, looks like it. Another type of plaster material would also be used for alien buildings. All right, page. Ooh, definitely. Oh, there's so much carpet. I don't know what you can do. But it could be alien if we mess it up in the right way. It could look alieny. We'll grab a bunch of these and then we'll just play around with them and see what works and what. That's sandy, kind of sandy gravel. Like old painted plaster, yeah. Painted plaster. Kind of material. And this is nice grab. I might have grabbed too many things. It's all really big files. That's also we're grabbing so many things. Run out of space. Alright. Guess we're good, right? I can't resist taking a look at the next page. Can't resist. Hey, that looks like oh jaggy rocks. Crap, we're grabbing too many things. Water. Not candy beat. Ah, metal. Bark. Use this as a terrain material. That looks alien-like. So you take images of like thing meant for something else. If you repurpose it as an alien terrain material, it could look interesting because it wasn't designed for that. But used in the right context, it might come out okay. I all right. Wow, holy shit. Massive numbers of this stuff. All right. Yeah, it is bark. It says so right there. But if you use it in a different context, well, we probably only need up to the two. Not the one. just a bit of work. Bit probably gonna use the 2K textures, but I get the 1K and 4K ones in case. Some kind of wet sand. That's a ton of stuff. Picked up a lot of materials to test. Very alien. Red rock. Martian rock. That might be used for like alien build. So maybe for alien buildings or rock. One could be for alien building. Right? It looks like a nice smooth metal thingy that could be used for alien outer. That's metal also maybe for rocks. Most alien looking rock, I think, other than the red rock that looks like a Martian rock. It looks like Icelandic material. They have a lot of black rock, but it could be from anywhere. Pulling out material. All right, that's it. Dig for some more stuff. I think we're good. Hey, damn, this one looks really. God damn it! I'm finding more interesting. Okay, okay, okay. Gotta stop myself. That's it. That's the last one. Last piece. Rock. Alright, so these are all from a CC site. License. We can basically use it for whatever, whenever. CC0. Public domain. So you don't have to give credit, but if you want to. Alright, so put on this. Alright, back to. Let's get. Yeah, so we're trying to do these kinds of structures. Alien-y looking structures. Shapes. And I'm focusing on the terrain generation. So let's get started. Now that we have files. Alright, so we'll create a texture folder and start dumping textures. Or we should shorten it. For now. So each one of these files comes with 6 textures. I'm not sure I need. Packet first. Now it lets me copy it out. Okay, texture in. One texture, we'll just try it out first before we go and do the rest because there's a huge amount. Okay, so the graphs use materials. Ah, there they are. Green layers. It's consisting of 3 textures. Use a normal map and a. And how
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
I posted you a demo of the music in the sound channel.
I like it. Feels good, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I love it.
Now I just need to know how to make it more grassy.
I like it. I like it.
Sci-fi.
That definitely sounds like a robot running around destroying shit. What do you guys think? Awesome. Yep. I like it. I like it. Stuff.
Okay, I'll continue moving with it unless anyone else have objection on it. Uh,
Wait for a while for others to chime in, but you can still work on other tracks.
well, the other track is just gonna be this, but faster. So
Ah,
I
right.
need to finish this first. Right. Okay. So I'll continue making more music. Boop, boop.
Kind of a cool looking robot. Kind of rig it on Mixamo. If it doesn't work, I'll have to manually rig it in Blender, which I'm terrible at, but I'll try if I have to. Yeah, I like the sound. I like the music. Play it again, just for those who didn't catch it the first time. I like it. Got a good beat to it. Good man. Can't change channels. Music will stop. We can't stop the music. So wait, yeah. So we'll be trying to make a terrain layer. Terrain. All right, so I don't know how to make a mask map other than using um like a Substance Painter or something to create a mask map. So to get a mask map from within Unity to work with HDRP, what we can do is you can create a material, use the old legacy shader, the old legacy standard shader, put all the fields in, and then you use the tool to convert it to HDRP, and then it will generate you a mask map, HDRP mask map that they want to use. I think this could work because otherwise I don't have a mask map. I don't know how to make one in Unity other than using this method for conversion. So what you do is you pick the shader and you pick the old shader and then use the conversion to turn it back. Regular one. So this is a pink shader. It's going to be an old shader. Fill in all the materials, then we plug it in. I have to throw in the Got AO, we got roughness. I don't know. Maps placement, no, not it. There's no, but it's either metal or it's not, so it's not metal. Okay, so just that empty. Normal maps. Oh no no no. One of these and better not mark this map. Yes, displacement. Occlusion will be AO. Into occlusion. More maps. The normals. This one's kind of, I'm not sure which one better. You can try the different one. Okay, so one. This is part of the Whitaker tutorial. Add to normals. So maybe you don't need a mask map. Maybe mask map is a completely optional thing. But it is for HDRP though. HDRP tends to have much stricter graphical. Yeah, so this is it. Okay. So we filled that in on standard shader. So what now we can just use built-in HDRP material conversion. Put the standard material into HDRP. So what it'll do is it'll turn it into HDRP, convert it into HDRP compatible material, switch to use the HDRP shader, and generate a mask map. Once we have the mask map, that's the mask map. Once we have the mask map, toss it into that because it's a mask map. Apparently, color though. All the other things have that color. Maybe a mask map is mask map. Mask map is wrong. The wrong thing. I don't know. We're trying stuff out. Alright, so use here. Color map is what I the mask map. Here. Out. That's the like well at least up so we can test it. Alright, it's a sand texture. So we'll use it to replace the brown sand that we have. Alright, so this brown sand. It looks like metal. So obviously one of our settings is off. As the metallic seems way oh maybe mask map. But there this looks very high metallic, which is currently what it looks like. So did we know? but it's set to it does. Well, the mask map is wrong. Yeah, see if you remove the mask map, kinda looks like alright. Looks a very patchy sand though. It's like very lumpy, patchy sand. But then again, there is no perfect solution, right? We'll just make do. Now this is realistic. This is realistic terrain. So if our models are going to be stylized, then later on we'll either need to apply a stylization shader pass over the terrain materials. So we convert them from realistic looking materials into, like cartoon style, anime style, stylized shaders. That can be done later. I don't think we'll have time though. 2 days is just I don't have time to go through all these like intricate fine details. If you want to do these intricate fine details, you can, but you just take a lot more time to go through all these fine details with a comb. Right now, I don't think we'll have time to do that. So either we find like stylized materials to begin with, so we don't have to convert them, or we find a way to convert them soon. I don't want. It's gonna take forever. We don't. Oh yeah, we got. That's what green laser has cooked up. Cool. In the short amount of time. That can be our little robot model. Put on mix. Okay, so anyway, we'll go back to terrains. A lot of work. This one looked like we did it right because it kind of ported with tons of. All right, so back to materials. Materials. The beach is sort of okay, and then you can see it in once the entire world get expanded. So it's just generating world upon world of the. Okay, let's bring the. Looks a little plasticky, yeah. that's what it. That's why we don't have time to really focus too much on the. So it's sort of okay, but let's go work on the alien planet generation because it looks like a very human-looking planet, and we don't want that. We want very alien-looking landscapes. So we're gonna focus on making alien-looking landscapes right now. Pull out to my graphs folder. Let's rename that. That alien one. This is the thing we're working on. Sand on it, but we're gonna switch this up to completely different style soon. Okay. All right. So let's go for some weird. Like I'm just gonna stuff up. I have a noise node. Noise. Generate noise. Get into blend. What else are we gonna do? Voice, noise and blend. What do we want to merge? Because that's blending between something and something. So noise and either simplex or Voronoi algorithm. Simplex, simple form, no, not simpler form. Voronoi. Yes, we'll do. Let's just put it further away because I don't wanna mess around. Shit any higher. So this is the amount of space we have to work with. Yeah, I would like to work it on full screen, but if you work it on full screen, you won't be able to see the real time changes when we start to apply the changes to the terrain. You can see it immediately morphing. Now I have two monitors, so normally when I do this, I have the entire graph on my second monitor. But because we're streaming and I want you guys to be able to see the process, um, yeah, I'm gonna have to work with this really tiny bit of screen space. Sad, I know, but it's like that, right? shapes start to take. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take away the height map, plug our height map. Okay, so this height map, this erosion is feeding the height growth, the height map. Don't want that. Connect it. Right. Our height map will now be fed by new stuff we're doing. Height from erosion, height from whatever alien graph we build. Okay, so let's feed the blend into it. And let's make the curve curvy. Now these extreme curves will create interesting curvature later, I think. We need to create like some kind of sine wavy of curvature kind of thing. And that will create something interesting. Look what we got here. Whoa, Voronoi. Yeah. Yeah. So this is not how it's gonna end up looking, but you know, it starts like this. Then we work on it. Okay, so can we fit in a erosion node in there? Because it was fed by erosion node up top. There was some terracing as well. Maybe we'll do some terracing too. Think about it. So we go through an erosion node to the height map. Yowie, it's still really well. Okay, I think we need to work on the source data. We have a noise node blended with a Voronoi. And the Voronoi is a bit weird. That's how we ended up with this weird thing, because the Voronoi is little chunky things. I don't want little chunky things. I want large chunky things to generate landscapey shapes. This is not a landscapey shape. This is jagged. This is not right. So we will have to change this. Alright, let's start with the noise here. Let's create a noise texture that has interesting curves. So instead of Perlin noise, go simplex. Alright, still interesting. Go cedar. And whoa, it's completely empty. Okay, cannot do 10. Is 1 the maximum? Yeah, 1's the maximum. So you have to go 0.x. Okay, wait a second. That looks like an interest. Oh, shapes now. Shapes are starting to form. Oh shit. How about the Voronoi now? Let's work on Voronoi. So this is like some interesting curvatures. Sort of what we want in some way. But let's work on the Voronoi blend. This weird shape isn't helping because it's way too jagged and way too small. What we want is large hills or large curvy structural things. Gotta be pushed around. So let's increase the cell size because right now it's too tiny. So let's make it like large things. How's 200? Yeah, kind of large. Kind of large. Look carefully, you can see the forms are starting to take shape. The combination of the left and the right. Look at that. That's something, isn't it? Let's turn off the water so we can. So these are like valleys that we just generated. Massive, weird valley shapes. Now let's keep working on it. To try to create some more alien looking terrain. So if this is a little tall, a little wide. So that's really based on the Voronoi, I think. So we modify that further, we'll get something interesting. Say uniform. Oh, okay. Uniformity 1 means it's flatly the same. We don't want that. 2. Okay, anything over 1 is the same. Okay, so we have to go with like 0 point something. There you go. So look at this output, which is just basically the combination of these things, right? What we end up with. The map is generated based on this combined blend on a curve with erosion applied to the height map. We also don't need height to be so high. So if you think it's too tall, right, we can just cut it down to like 100. And you can see it flattens itself automatically. That's also a way we could create more believable alien landscape. Now already it's starting to look like something interesting, right? Right? It's starting to look like something interesting. Like, this is not a normal looking shape. You don't get this on Earth. But hey, we're on an alien planet. Anything goes. Right? Different landscape structural formations. This is already starting to look like alien-y looking space. Well, it looks a little alien-y to me. There's some interesting shape there. Okay, but the textures are a bit weird here. Okay, so the textures are based on height, curvature, and everything else is grass. And then we have a slope generating the dark cliffs. And you have cavity generating the bright cliffs. And then you have this contrast node generating the sand. But I don't know why there's so much more sand than everything else generated. Is it our curve that sucks? It doesn't matter though. This curve, this entire top curve will probably be redone anyway, right? Because once we're done with the height map, we can work on texturing curve. I mean the texturing graph. Because right now we're only working on the height map graph. This is the only thing we're working on the height map. Once we're done with that, we'll integrate that with the texturing graph, and then that'll do the thing, you know, applying the colors and textures on. Right now we want shape. We want shape and formation. It's gotta look alien-y. Alright, so I was gonna start rigging the bot, which is now looking cool. Try rigging a mix of So Mixago got bought by Adobe. Alright, so toes, fingers spread apart. We have, so it's not okay. So do it. Groin. Not centered though. The symmetry is a little off because the gun is a bit longer. That might be a it's a different length. Yeah, that might be a problem. I don't think we're gonna be able to rig this. Yeah, I can see the not centered, not centered, so it thinks center line is off. Let's check. Let me trouble does Blender real quick because I just want to check real quick if the model is centered correctly. And I think it should be because Green Laser is also a Unity developer, so he probably has done this before. Just to check. Oh, they're backward legs. Centered properly, then Sumo has a better chance of, right? Oh yeah, it's not sent. Yeah, it's not sent. Yeah, yeah. Let him do it though. The food. Yeah, needs to be positioned very, very carefully and accurately. Make some more. Yeah. Anyway, just a just a quick check because I didn't want to assume that he would have experience doing this the right way. Because the way you have to do it for Mixamo, in fact, you should do it push precisely for any game engine because if you center it wrongly, then it's not gonna work right in any cases. So yeah, that will help. That will help. Let them handle that. Good stuff and let better guys do it. Uh, Dev rando things. All right, so back to curves, right? Curves. We're playing with curves here. Curves more. So let's make. Can we get some roundy shapes on the way? Because I think you can get some roundy shapes. This will look even cooler. And maybe if we can make it slight flex. Okay, nice turbulence. Hope so. Good YouTube. Yeah, Andrew John. This is a game jam, so we're just trying to make a game in 2 days. Okay. So live game development is a bit dull sometimes because there's a lot of boring stuff you got to do. It's just the way it is. I probably won't be streaming all of my game dev because I'll bore everybody to tears. There's a lot of work to be done in game dev as well. Just massive amounts of work. Sometimes it's really tedious and monotonous and repetitive, but yeah, making game isn't entirely always fun. It is. Yeah, we got like so much work going. So nicely. This 4 point. Yep. All right, back to Blender Foo. Oh no, not Blender Foo. Map, map, map magic foo. Hey, what did you think about this? This looks like the shapes are starting to look interesting, right? It's like a golf course, right? It's got very roundy shapes. Except we didn't have to hire a guy to landscape. It's alienscaped just like it should be. As a novice game dev, you're really enjoying watching this. Aladdin, welcome to the stream, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're learning stuff, we're making stuff, and we're doing as much as we can. And these roundy shapes look brilliant. Yeah, I like it. Also, if you've looked at this and you think, oh, it's interesting, you can go get it. It's free on Unity Asset Store. Yeah, you can just go Unity Asset Store and just pick it up. Map Magic. Yeah, there's a bundle. It'll cost some money, but the base tool is free. You can see. Yeah, but of course, if you want to do cool stuff with it, you'd want to buy the additional fancy schmancy things. And it's this is really good. Even the base pack is very good and it's free. But the really good stuff is splines and the objects node. So when you have the objects node, you can start placing things like villages, towns, buildings. You can plant them there. You can lock objects, and then like for example, you're designing gameplay components. All these things can come in very handy. Now, what Spline Tools does is it allows you to have roads, rivers, uneven shapes. Very cool stuff. You wasn't aware that I'm so well versed in game development? Am I? Well, I mean, I've been working on my own game for 6 years. I mean, you guys might have missed it, so I'll just show you some of the stuff I worked on. Like, this is my game. Bits of it anyway. Had some nice audio here, so let me just play it.
Yes. From the depths. They're coming to get you.
Yeah, I like it. I'm biased, it's my game, so of course I like it. Duh. Alright, and we can have some stuff here too. That too. Big bada boom! Boom! The camera shake was a little excessive, but you know how it is. Make your own game, you're just messing with the numbers. And this is me doing some behavior trees. Yeah. So this is AI with a rabbit life cycle. The rabbit will be like, oh, I'm hungry. So he goes around looking for food. And then when he's thirsty, she goes to the river and drinks from the river. When she's tired, she'll sleep. So, fancy. She wanders around and kind of does random things because she's bored. The over the top magic. Yeah, it's not really gonna be like that in the final, but it was just, me messing with spell effects and, making fancy things. So yeah, so Rabbit gets bored, he does stuff, and yeah. In fact, I made this source code available, so if anybody wanted to download, you just find it, go download it. Link to download the source code for this animation thingy and the AI for this. Made it available. People who want to learn how to do it. A lot of people asking me to make tutorials. Make tutorials. Yeah, but most people who want to make games ain't got time for making tutorials. Busy people, you know? Busy people. Okay, so back to stuff. All learning. Okay, cool. Let's get back to the other stuff. Okay, so we're trying to make this alien-y looking, and it's looking pretty alien-y, right? What do you guys think? I mean, don't worry about the textures yet. We'll fix that later. But look at the height map, which is basically the shape. The shape of the terrain looks a little like a golf course because it's so roundy and it's so like suddenly juts up from the ground. You know, little interesting. Maybe I need to fix the curves a bit more so there's more. See, right now it's all like all up to the same height, and that's also because we set it to a very low height. Now, if we increase the height map further, say 200, to go higher and even more like accentuated, you can see that like, whoa, this is like super accentuated stuff, right? But we don't. I mean, this can be interesting if you're trying to do like a maze, right? So if you put the player in like one part of the maze and then he has to like find his way out, which could be interesting, But is it how we want to play this game? Now, how do we want the player to play? There's a lot of tall walls, which means he can use his grapple hook to grapple to it and then get over it. And then he can use jump jets to jump from one platform to another. So that could be interesting gameplay. Maybe. And then we could fill these holes with like lava pools or something. So you have to like, don't walk into the lava, my boy. You're gonna get burned, son. Right? Right now, I mean, we have water, but what water can be replaced with like a lava thing? Can be replaced with a lava thingy. So we put that in, then make it acid or something. Then he'll be like, okay, I need to get from one platform to another platform, and then we have to get from platform to platform. But it would be interesting. I don't know. I'm thinking that this is not really a development thing. This is more of an artistic direction and gameplay, game design kind of thing. How do you want the player to play the game? So by designing terrain that is weird and awkward, then you have mechanics for the player to navigate this weird and awkward landscape. That could be possibly interesting. Possibly. Could also add some more erosion on it, right? Yeah, let it get it, go through more weathering so it's a bit more rounded. Alright, let me just ask the team for feedback. They have light sticks that work as a guide. Did they? Let me just play this scene so that I can get the whole map procedurally generated. So we're working on one single tile, but once you run play mode, it basically generates an infinite number of tiles. As you move the map, more tiles get generated, and it just keeps expanding infinitely. So see, this is the camera. So when you move the camera, it just makes more land in front of you based on the same generation algorithm, the same rules. As you move, it destroys the terrain behind and generates more in front as we move. So you could basically have an infinitely playable game space. You can go in any direction, and it will just keep generating as far as you want. Yeah, it'll just take some time. It'll generate and go. It generates, and it can go on forever. The ocean that I'm using is also an infinitely generating ocean, so it no matter where you go, the ocean will be there as far as the eye can see. But yeah, basically for the terrain, once you get the algorithm sorted out, it'll just keep generating based on that algorithm. So what do we say? Oh, but then it's boring. The entire planet will look like that. Aha, that's where you're wrong. Because I can have what we call biomes, right? We can generate this as a what do you call maybe a swampy biome, because it looks like a lot of water, right? But instead of swamp, we replace it with lava pools or acid pools. So this can be the acid pool biome. And then what we do is we generate a different biome and we do this thing called a biome blend. So when you're moving forward, you can be in this biome and then you move forward a bit more, it changes and it starts to blend into desert dunes or some other alien-y looking landscape. So as you're traversing the planet, your environment constantly changes, right? And the gameplay challenges change too. So previously you were hooking and jumping over the acid pools, and then suddenly you're in a desert dune or something, and then the challenges are different. I don't know. We have no combat in this game because the game theme is no violence. So what do we do, right? We can't have like alien scorpions attack you in the desert. There's no combat. So a lot of the stuff I like and personally enjoy has some kind of combat in it. So now we're making a combatless game, and it's really hard to do. It's really hard to do. So, challenging, right? Anyway, let me take a screenshot for these guys. So if there was an item in a rendered space that you picked up and then you moved away, so it doesn't render when you go back, you'll know the item there was picked up. It's up to you how you want to design the game. You can save that. You can save because these generated terrains, they're not just like completely destroyed. Items that you generate on top of that can be saved separately. So this is just a terrain. It's also deterministic, which means you set a seed and then you can go back and forth and you come back to the exact same place. It looks exactly the same as you left it. So it doesn't generate a new tile when you come back to it. It generates the exact same tile when you come back to it. So if you save, like say, your item on a place, you can save that separately, and when you walk back there, you can generate the terrain around it, and the item will be exactly where you left it. So you can have that work that way. It's up to you. I mean, programming is about you can do whatever you want. You can be as creative. You can design everything to work the way you want. And if it doesn't work the way you want, you can write code to change the way it works to make it work the way you want. Nothing is set in stone. Everything is dynamic. Okay, let me just take a screenshot for my people. I better get a bit closer to the camera so that it looks slightly higher res there. Because when you go away from the camera, it goes into LODs and the screens look uglier. Yeah, if you jump over to the stream, you can watch it real. Yeah, also don't worry about the textures because I'll retexture everything later. Also, we don't have to have water. Water is also optional. We don't have to have water. Disable the water and have this as a roundy looking thingy. Okay, where is the height to 250? Better than. I could do more terrain though. I'll make a few different maps. Yeah, blowing things at night sounds cool. So yeah, night could be cool. Stuff. And I was thinking of a storyline thingy. Simple story where the alien make a phone call to Earth, say how we stole your XYZ thingy and how we blow your planet up. We left it on X, evacuated self 5. That explains alien planet. The oh, correct. Up. Yeah, just my idea. Throwing it up there. We'll make chat. Yeah, there's no mic. Everyone else has their mics turned off anyway. So all text chat is no chat, no mic chat. Anyway, let me get back. Okay, so this is our combined blend map. What if we used art light? Oh my goodness. Okay, too late. That is interesting. Nope. Soft light looks shit. Yeah, but anyway, let's go work on some more. Go work on some more. This one we'll sort of leave it here for now. It is maybe usable, maybe not. It's got a lot of little valleys and canyons, which could make for interesting ground-based gameplay. But this is like a parkour game where the guy's flying around through buildings and structures and stuff. So, okay. Go make some stuff. Okay, that. Make it in two. Alright, so Alien 2 will be just the same as the old graph. Except, now we'll work on it. Alright, let's work on a different algorithm. On with it. It still looks the same. Ah, it's ugly. Just see all of the terrain. Craters. Can we get more craters in here? It does look interesting, but I want it cratered. Okay, let's work on this. All roundy stuff, but seem to do anything actually. Whoa, okay, this is way off. Very sharp. Yeah, it does not look good. Oh, that's even more uniform. We want less uniformities. Okay, let's increase cell size. Blocks are bigger. So now we have like bigger craters, right? Giant cratorius. How about we lower the height? The roundy. Like it's very cratered, right? You see like crater here. A lot of moon craters. But if we bring down the height, it look more flattish. Maybe oh get one. But that edge sticks. Oh my goodness. Even more sharp edge. It's so sharp. Completely sticks out, man. So the cell size problem. The algorithm is the let's just mess around. Doesn't help. Makes it even worse. So how have we reduced it? Yeah, that reduces the sharpness of those points, right? Like this point over here, generating this point. That seems kind of tamed, not so, not so unrealistic now. Now it's a bit more. If we reduce the height, it will definitely look more moony. All right, let's try. Got like moon apish feel to it. I think this will look very different if you replace the texture with okay. That stuff out of grab these.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Hey, what's up, gut hanger? Yeah, normally I stream games, so I get more viewers, but game development is something I usually don't stream. Because it kind of gets boring, right? A lot of very tedious work that isn't always very interesting. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm live on a game jam. We're just making game jam. I usually don't stream game development. I usually stream strategy games and tactical games. But I might. But working on a robot game. So I'm working on an alien landscape right now. And I'm trying to move my terrain layers that I make. What else? Okay, so create a my terrain layers. Anyway, this one's would need this. Okay, let's create new terrain. Rock. Brief. Okay, so now the other one. To normal. Two options, so we can pick whichever better. Mask map, right? We're just gonna use this rock. Okay, so we'll replace this terrain layer with the new terrain layer we just made. It'll look more alien-y. Right, this one has all this complicated stuff, but we don't really need this. Plus, we want all of it to feed into Moon Rock. Although we can change it so that maybe some of the bottom layers will be different. There's no cliffs here because these are all low hills. Any of those. Alright, just a lazy mode one. We'll just replace all of these with the rock first. It does use some of it. Yeah, it doesn't look very good actually. Hang on. Goodness, the stochastic. Yeah, it looks super uniformed and very flat. I thought it would look good, but it definitely does not. Extremely uniformed. I mean, if you look at just a little bit of it, it looks perfectly fine. But when you look out and you start to see lines forming, then you know the stochastic algorithm isn't. It's not breaking up the monotony of the terrain. I mean, as when you zoom out, it gets even more obvious. But at close range, it's not so bad. Close range, it looks fine. When you pull back, you can see that yeah, it looks pretty ugly. So adding more of it will just make it worse, right? Yeah. Turned out this was not a good texture. Or we need some kind of kind of shader to break up the monotony of the terrain. I thought this looked most moon rocky thing, but maybe it's not the right material. Ooh. Right. Copy paste them and just rename. Alright, so now it will be scaled higher too for jaggedness. This looks way flat. Oh, if we up the north. Nah, it just doesn't. This is just a bad quality texture. Sometimes you just get that. They look nice on paper, but it's a free texture. You can't have really high expectations. It's not very good. Okay, so we have Rock 2.0. Go try that out. The graph. It's the one. It's also super. Look at it. It looks super non-dynamic. Oh dear, these are just not good for large terrain. Not unless you break it up with lots of other textures, because you don't even have to scroll out. Just stand there and look, and you can see it replicating across the terrain. It's not very good. Well, maybe we'll use something like microsplat to break up the monotony with the stochastic filtering. Because otherwise, the terrain textures are just not going to load right. The standard rock ones look. Could just use those. They look better. If textures. Or are they constructed? Let's just go check. Alt one. Some of them have mask maps though. If it helps. Oh, hang on. They're doing size so they don't so complicated. That try that too. Because right now we're on a tile size of 2. So if we go with like 50, there will be less replication, cover more space. Okay. Yeah. So it still shows up when you can still see it tiling, but only if you zoom all the way out. But when you go in a lot closer, you can still see it. You know, you can still see it, but the closer you go, the less it looks like it's tiling. Right? When you're at this shape, this height, this proximity, it doesn't look like it's tiling so badly. So that was just the necessary thing. The problem is that it's not very high res. You can see it when you tile it so big, see the problems. So what we need to do is upload a higher res version of it. Try that. Okay, let's higher quality versions of this texture. It's in 4K. This is 4 times the texture size. When you go from 2 by 2 to 4 by 4, it multiplies the amount of space taken by 4. Okay. That into Alright. Now Alright, so now we go to the same spot and we look at the same thing. You can still see it not being very high res, especially on the curves. But only when you look very close. When you look at this area, it looks quite rocky and quite spread. You go really close, which I guess in most situations the player won't be able to do since they're in third person, so they won't be able to zoom in as closely as we are. Shouldn't be that bad. That bad. Go back out. Not so bad. This one's quite good. You only see it fuzzing out when you get really close. The default textures are quite good actually. Surprised that they're quite good. They used to be quite crappy. They were not very good. You always had to change them, but now they look like they're quite good out of the box. Let's see. Like textures. Sky level is pretty good. The old cliffs, right cliffs. Here's and see what sizes there. It's only a 1K texture. It's only a 1K texture. I'm using texture sizes 8 times bigger. 8 to 16 times bigger. It's because I had a mask map. Whoa, holy shit. That's an 8K. No, that's just a 1K mask map. It's just a 1K texture. How are they doing it so that their textures look so much better than the free ones I got? They're using TIFF. I'm using JPEG. JPEG has compression issues, so it's lossy. But it looks so much worse, right? folder. Where do we put that stuff? It's under demo. Layers. We need to grab these. I hear my own voice playing. Hey! Oh, he rigged it. Hey, what's up, Gut Hanger? Welcome. Stuff I like. Brick and yeah, normally I stream games, so I get more viewers, but game development is something I usually don't stream. Let's see. So we're getting characters, we're getting art, we're getting music, we got sound effects. Damn it, guys, we're making a game in 2 days. I'm just trying to provide my share of it. Design, terrain generation, environment. We need props. We need props to make this look real good, but we're working on it. So if we can make this rock look a bit better, maybe we can help out. Like maybe we can still use it if the rock looks a bit higher res. Although like 1K res, got everything but the gameplay. No, we're working on gameplay as well. Anurag is working on the gameplay. In fact, he has a demo here. Very simple, of course, because we don't have the models and everything. But we got gameplay. Got it. Hey, what's up, Stylist Milo? Game design stream. It's a game design, game development stream today. And for the next 2 days. That's our grapple system. Testing it out. So basically, I don't know what else to make, so we kind of settled on making a robot parkour game. Honestly, I don't make these kinds of games. I would never make this kind of games, but I already put a team together, and I had the game design and everything, and then the theme for the game was no violence, and all the designs I had in mind were scrapped. So since I put a team together, I can't just tell them I don't want to work on it, right? So we're working on a weird robot parkour game with an exploding destructible planet. Yeah, no violence. I'm like, every game I want to play has violence in it. God damn it. I'm not playing Barbie dress them up, So, yeah. So we're making a robot parkour game. And tough, man. It's tough. Robot parkour. I don't know. So anyway, we're trying to create some interesting landscapes. And on top of that, we'll put interesting alien buildings that the player has to just bash through and destroy. So they managed to make some really good looking textures with only a 1K texture map. What are we doing wrong with our textures? Oh, hang on. No, wait. It is set to 2K. It is set to 2K. This is fine. What are we doing wrong? Textures look so shitty. Probably because it's JPEGs, but still, it can't look that bad. Why they look? The default textures are only 1K and yet they look quite good. Alright. So that's what they did too. They also use Some of them are 30, some sizes. Largest ones are 50. Lifts that they use are only 20. That's why it still looks quite good. Maybe set it. Trying to make it look good. Okay, look good. Better? It does. Little bit. The light doesn't seem to fall on it. Looks a little bit better, but it's so weird. So weirdly shaped. Wow, this too. Yeah, darker is good. So this is like slightly cloudy day. Well, there's a lot of tiling as you can see once you used it. Looked alright, but the tiling does make it quite bad. But it's mostly because we're lacking stochastic algorithm here to break up the tiling, the look of the tiling. We can fix that with using something like microsplat. Splat will probably help. But I have to buy the upgrade new version. The 1K textures. I'm surprised how good they look. K textures. White cliff is only a 1K texture. Using 4K on my black moon rock, and it doesn't look quite as good. Yeah, look, it looks very flat. Yeah, it doesn't look quite good, so good. Anyway, those are free textures, so sometimes you get what you pay for. Alright, let's go back to designing the map. We'll worry about textures later. Okay, so we're on... out so we can get a good... Might need the better lighting though. Was it 150,000 earlier? So no. Alright, so let's change the map. We wanted it to look more moon rocky, but you know, from this view, it doesn't really look that way. I tried a different algorithm completely. Let's try all that. The noise inputs. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll change the noise inputs to I use 8. Noise nodes, different algorithms blended in. Okay. So twin Perlin noise. Got a very sharp curve. Forming craters. Turbulent have the less barely any terrain now. But it's a blend, so blend's interesting. Oh. Everything has gone nuts here. Yeah, it's like cutting holes into the ground. Not what I was looking for. A lot of turbulence? Or maybe negative? Not look very good. Just looks like some random rocky formation, which is very common. Gotta make it look alien-like. It's not alien. Jagged rocks everywhere. Can do. Can do. Gotta refine further. Wow, that was a huge difference. Negative to positive. This is way too sharp. Level. And then you end up with this flat landscape. Ah. Wow. Get really jaggedy. How about we make the curve or all right looking. Sting though. Jaggedy shapes. Very high. Steep. All right. How about... Okay, let's work on that curve. It's very jaggedy here, you can see.
Is anyone there? If you're watching the stream, make sure to follow. Okay, thanks.
Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, so let's see. Where were we at? Yep, okay, so working on. Okay, we were trying to make a alien moonscapey type thing. It's working out. So on the right side, it's very, very extreme. And then the rest, this side's a bit high. Overall, it's not too crazy. I don't think I like this noise. Seem very suitable. Drop. Try decrease scale level. Help it. Hang on, these shapes are quite interesting. It's just a bit too high. But I like those like shark fin shapes. They're quite interesting. And these look like the beginning of a crater. This tall thing in the middle could also be okay. Let's see how it looks like when we fully generate the map. It's got a lot of very crater looking things, so moons have that, at least on our moon. A lot of craterish looking shapes. The textures are terrible, but we'll change that later. Yeah, these little skinny ridges, they're quite interesting. How do we get it to look better though? Like I want more of this. Don't want so much of the jagged rock, because that doesn't seem to fit. Although, you know, having some of this and some of that kind of breaks the monotony of the environment a bit. So having a bit of that's still fun. Let's see. It's sort of okay. It kind of looks decent. Yeah, like these, they generate these nice large craters. I like that. Large round craters is good. This is looking kind of okay. This one not so good. This is what we need to. Okay, so how are we gonna see? You get these even higher shapes. Hey, this is actually kind of moon cratering. Why did it look green? Suddenly, my textures go. So you get simple form over. At the moment, it makes does it because it's all still green. I don't know why it's still green. What's up, Jeffrey?
Quick question.
Yep.
First of all, my name is not Jeffrey.
No,
How
I'm talking
dare
to
you?
someone else.
Second of all, the oh oh sorry. Um, is the main character a robot?
Robot? Yeah, main character's robot. The robot that you see in the art
Okay,
channel.
good.
Yeah, the greenish looking robot.
Okay. And is human controlling it, or is just a robot?
I think it's a human inside it, but it doesn't look like it right now. Right now, it looks like there's no human in it.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. I have an
It's sort of
idea.
like a
Thanks.
human inside the robot. Yeah. Supposed to be a kind of like a robot suit, but it is designed. The legs don't look like you can fit a human in it, so it's currently we'll just assume there's a human inside the robot, controlling the robot. Otherwise,
Got
I
it.
don't know. Because we're supposed to be in space doing space things, but we're humans. It's got to be a human controlling the robot. So the aliens are the bad guys, right? Hello, quartz. Yeah, we're gonna keep working on this. Oh, but at least the terrain isn't green anymore. I was wondering why it turned green. Okay. So a lot of the curvy shapes The curvature, the spines, they look quite interesting because it kind of feels like reminiscent of an explosion that left a crater. These high ledges, curvature around these ledges is good. Yeah, the high amount of curvature is kind of good, I think. But we need to change the textures so that they make sense here. We haven't found any good textures yet. The current textures we have are not very good and they look very samey. It may not be so bad once you go down, but you see, even when you're like at ground level, when you look further, you can see all these samey textures. So there's this technique called stochastic, I don't know, stochastic texturing or filtering or something that will help to break the monotony of the tiling textures. And it can be applied, using a shader by a number of different ways. And there's one tool that can do that. I think there's only one tool that can do that in HDRP. Currently, it's only Microsplat. Yeah, my Microsplat is a little out of date. I would have to buy the new HDRP upgrade. And I have to pay full price for that because there's no more discount. It was weird, right? I thought he usually gives discounts when you're upgrading from one version to another. But no discounts this time. Okay, so you might see like with the landscape and it looks like it's very jagged. How are you gonna put stuff on top of it, right? So Map Magic has a module that can flatten terrain and place objects on it once we have those objects. So things like buildings, trees, plants, rocks, whatever you want. You can either just drop it in and let it bounce around and stay there, or you can use a special technique to basically manipulate the terrain so that you can fit it in. Like for example, you're putting a building. The building kind of needs a flat base, right? Otherwise, it'll be like kind of cutting into the terrain. So what happens is that you can do an operation to flatten the ground or raise the terrain, either raise or lower the terrain to the shape or the height of your game object. So if you're putting like a house, it's flat, right? So you want either the terrain to be raised to fit that, or you want it to be lowered so that it's flat and it can fit that as well. Either of these things, you can use that Magic object module to place these objects properly. Otherwise, all you're gonna have is this very flat, very bleak, very empty landscape. And it's a moon, right? So maybe moon is okay to have all these flat, empty landscapes, but it makes for kind of boring gameplay after a while if we can't find things to destroy, right? So we want to be able to blow stuff up. Yeah, kinda. We're still figuring it out. The gameplay doesn't look all that interesting yet, but with some tweaks, maybe we can make it at least borderline interesting. We'll try. We'll try. Also, that's just for texture. What are these errors anyway? Property rec already exists in property sheet type. Maybe that's why we have a texturing problem. Draw texture, curve draw. Preview texture. I mean, it's not a big error, it can be wiped out, but if you see errors like that, it usually means something is not quite working right. And we'll have to fix it at some point. Okay, let me go look at the game design a bit further, because we have to at least finalize that somehow. So, alien planet exploration, adventure, destruction. We're running a robot. The robot has a look. That robot look. Low poly. Maybe, let's see if yeah, different types and shapes, so that we can make it into like an alien looking planet. Alien statues and all that. That Maxim?
I've done the demo second. I basically finished the song. I just need to tweak it a bit. It's in the sound channel.
Right, nice.
No lock found. No lock found. No lock found.
Robot sound?
No lock found.
Okay. I like the older one better. The previous one sounded better for me.
The older one?
Yeah, the original one you posted. That sounded better.
Why so?
I don't know, it just sounded better. It just seemed to make much more sense. Yeah, I like that better. I think you changed the rhythm somewhat, so it's just a different rhythm. I like the rhythm from the earlier one better.
The rhythm should be the same.
Yeah, it
Maybe
sounds
because I
different to
put the
me.
lead
The
guitar.
original one sounds better.
Maybe it's because I put the lead guitar in. Hang on, let me check that. It's also that I removed the intro 4 bars because I thought that was way too much. But let's see what I can do.
Okay. But just in my opinion. I don't know what others think about it. But personally, I feel like if I was gonna give it a rating, I'd say the first one was maybe a 7.5. The second one was like a 6. I think it sounded better originally. Alright, so let's see. Oh no. Okay, that's how the robot looks. He's got a grappling arm and a claw thingy because we haven't decided what to do with his second arm yet. But grappling hook, claw thingy, very simple robot. So we're assuming there's a human inside controlling it. And then we're running around trying to do something on an alien planet. How are we gonna make that fun? How are we gonna make that fun? I also have to make the textures make sense because right now it's nightmare. Here's We need to have at least 4 layers of that, and the texture's gotta make sense. I'll find another texturing example that's a bit. This one didn't seem very sand. Dribble.
Okay, I'm uploading one without the lead guitar and xylophone so that we can pinpoint what's wrong with the music, maybe.
Right.
No life found. No life.
There's very little time though, and I'm also working on stuff. Artist want list of art. Animator wants a list of animations. If I do all that, then I won't go do anything. I gotta assign more work too.
No life found. 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 No No life found. No life found. No life found. No life found. No life
Alright, here's my take on it. I think the robot sound that you keep spamming is very annoying.
Okay, fair
Yeah, I
enough.
think that
Yeah.
voice is like, oh, it's so annoying. Stop saying that. Yeah, I think that's ruining the
I
track.
wanted to keep.
The
Okay,
track sounds
I'll delete it
okay,
then.
but then that robot voice is like, oh, it's like annoying. But that's just me. I don't know what anyone else thinks about it. Personally, I find it okay. It's like the voice is kind of annoying, and it keeps repeating over and over again. Maybe a different instrument instead of the robot voice.
So,
This is the
what
original
does
one that
others
I like.
think about the music? Maybe I'll remove this one as well.
Alright, maybe I should just stop and then go make a list of everything everybody wants. Okay. That. Otherwise, everyone's waiting for a list of stuff, and I also have to do stuff, but I have to make a list. So let's start making. Alright, let's use spreadsheet. I tried using Trello, but Trello, the free version, only has 10 open boards. So once you fill 10 things, you can't fill any more. So it's not very good for assigning like artist lists because we need like lots of items. So possibly we'll just use another Excel for it. Okay. Robot game artist pipeline. No, not pipeline. Artist to-do list. Okay. Alright. So go with buildings and then props. We just call this whole thing buildings list. Another one called the props list. And characters, I guess we just go with one character. Okay, so this is already here. Yes, I can pick one. What? So I can't copy and paste those images from the other sheet. Now we get all the aliens. They're not actually going to be. Oh, actually, we do want one alien on us. The one that we talked to. But we can probably do with like a of it. Oh, although we don't have any 2D art, so we'll have to 3D something. We'll only need the head. Make do with less comp. Get it. That looks like in looking. That looks pretty
I'm gonna take some time break before
Yep, no
coming
worries,
back,
man. No
so I'll
worries.
be right back.
Okay, dokie.
See you soon.
Yeah, that's not. Get more. Well, sort of. I can't do very well. I need to rely on stuff other people have made. That's it. Damn, outstation is not very good for finding reference. Not much. In that it? Alien plants. Too. You end up with more aliens. All right, very good. Props, statues, stuff we can gather around the cave or near. It look like it's part of the Alright, that's it. We kind of really ran out of it. Okay, that's it. Art Station doesn't have that much stuff. This is an interesting. Not a build structure. Well, then again, big. Simple. Looks more human, more like humans would. Not alien. Humans would build space. Let's create another. Problem is so intricate, never be able to kind of time. Way too much. No poly yet. No poly stylized approach. How are you going to render this kind of time to make? But anyway, I'm gonna put it here as they find inspiration from this. The inspiration. Quite good. Not all. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll give these as inspirations, and then we'll make low poly stylized versions of these. Are really, really intricate, very nice, but of course we're not going to be able to replicate that kind of art style with the stylized game. Be trying to make a stylized game, but it just takes too long to make stick text. So it's organic. It could even be stuff. But, you know, this will serve as a mood board to inspire our artists to create something. Oh, he's... Damn, this guy does mix. Like a... I mean... Guten Tag, Komotex. Hey, Anurag, you're back. We're all busy working on stuff. I'm trying to get some reference images for all the artists, and animator also wants references. So probably going to be spending my time doing that. That's going to take me another 2-3. I need future music. We have music. We have music made by our sound guys. Yeah, this is made by our musician. Weirdo Maxim. It's a good musician. We only have one song. We're just trying different versions of that song right now. Watching the images? Yeah, because right now I'm trying to find reference images for the artists to work on. So I'm just basically doing a lot of Googling to find images that might inspire them to create something similar. A lot of work. Googling him. Look at that. That's a viper plant. Say it again. This is not a plant, this is something else. It's like a prop. What? I don't think I can cut cut and paste this, can I? This. It'll let me try. Oh, it does. Okay, just and pasted it on. Yeah, that's a prop. This Viper Snake. Very good one, it's quite nice. Yeah, beautiful plant. Beautiful, a lot of very talented artists. Not simple, but this is kind of the style we need anyway, so this will make it good. Man. Oh, it's still here. Needed it. Is a plant? Kind of. Yeah, you guys are gonna be sick of this song soon because that's our only. But we have some other ones. The original, quite good. This is the first version. I thought this first version was one of the better ones, and he had a lot of different versions that didn't sound quite as good. There's one with a weird robot voice. I did not like the robot voice. This one sounds better? You like this? This is the original version, the first version he made. And then he added all the other things to the newer versions, and I found the original first version sounded better. So I think that way too. Like, the original sounded better. But you would think, okay, once you put more work into it, it should sound better, but the original first version sound better than the fancy ones. Yeah, we'll play this again. I like this one the most. It was cleaner, and it feels very sci-fi. You like this one more? Don't tell me. I like this one more too. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's cleaner. There are less instruments, and it seems to be more easier to understand the track, the rhythm. Yeah, it feels less overloaded, right? Can I play the new one again and then see? The new one is 2 minutes long. The first version is only 1 minute, but the new version is 2 minutes. Play the new one again. You guys listen real carefully. It's got a lot of instruments. It's the same song actually, but it seems really overwhelming. This doesn't sound quite as good, but it's not bad. Not bad. Still better than the previous. There's a few other versions in between. I'll play those soon. I'll play those and then you'll tell. I don't like the robot voice. It's plenty of plants, right? That should give them enough inspiration for, making at least 6 to 10 of these. Cool. Go to Google image search and find even more, but this is plenty. I need buildings because we have not enough props and buildings. Yeah, I'll play the one that has a robot voice. That I did not like. Okay, this one has the robot voice.
No life found. No life found. No life found. No life found.
Yeah, we'll have game sound and other stuff as well. Yeah, I don't like the robot voice, it's so annoying. That's what I said to him. After listening to 2 versions with the robot voice, I'm like, no. Not good. Really annoying. Yeah, but the 1 min version is short. Needs to make it loop as well. So that's a fair book. Yeah, I think so too. First version was pretty good. Just needs to extend it, make it longer, and make it loop. This one I think is nice because tall buildings will be very fun to destroy. Because they'll come crashing around. Great for destruction. Yeah, they left the planet. The introduction to the game, we will probably have a little short cutscene. I don't know if we have time to do that, but we'll do a little cutscene. The alien is talking, and he says, "Haha, we left your planet. No, we stole something from your planet. We left it here, but it's going to explode in 5 minutes." And then you have to go grab it within 5 minutes. Something like that. I don't know. It's a terrible story, but yeah, I don't think the gameplay is good because we made it on short notice. Yeah, well, it's all yeah, it's all ship. What else is there? Yeah, this is with Google, you'll probably find a lot more stuff, but take longer to scroll through. And full has been as much. The stuff, yeah. Grab larger. This to the original. Copy paste it. Since we're not actually using the actual image, care about the reference image. Alright, let's play the here's robot version 2. Also robot voice version. Which I of course also didn't like.
No life found. No life found. No life found.
Hey, architecture-wise, I think we got it covered. We need more props, though. Props are things like statues or, you know, stuff that are not buildings, but they're small little objects. Sometimes they're large objects that you kind of leave around. Statues, things on the sand, you know, those kinds of things to give it a more lived-in feeling. An alien. Let's play a version. 1 minute version. Cleanest and best sounding, in my opinion. I don't want to download it. So. Maybe that has millions in there. Yeah, unfortunately, it's too short. Be longer, it needs to loop. Then I'll be. Yeah, couple things. That's the same opinion. I also like the first version better. 1 minute version sounds better. I don't know. It just sounds better. It sounds cleaner. I'll play the last version again, newest version. And this is supposed to be a better version, right? Because he cleaned up the thing, he got rid of the robot voice, and he made it longer. But I still like the 1 minute version better than this. Play this again. It's still better than the robot version though, because the robot voice one was terrible. Ah, yes, we need props. We don't have props. Alright, so we gotta go search for props. Alien statue. Yeah, the alien voice was the worst thing, right? It was so annoying. Such an annoying voice. Okay. Oh no, alien statue, they just keep showing that alien monster. No, not what I want. No, we haven't made the robot voice. There will be no robot voice because the robot does not have a voice. The robot has a human inside, and if there's gonna be someone talking, I guess it will be the human talking. The robot does not talk because it's not human. It's a human in the robot piloting the robot. Yeah, we just get lots and lots of statues of alien. Mechanical noise? No, that's not mechanical. I mean, when he's moving, they'll be like, you know, that kind of sound. But it's not a voice. A robot sound. Mechanical sounds. Yeah, we don't really have robot statues, alien statues. They just give us these kinds of like, oh my goodness, it's terrible. Not what I'm looking for. Google, you have failed me. Can't be friends anymore. Oh, you give me this stuff. Yep. In props today. It's more of the alien versus predator guy. Yes. Nope. Not what I'm looking for. Yeah, it's gonna be super hard to get. Extraterrestrial. We get aliens, the same thing. Alien is extraterrestrial. Oh, but you mean like the alien, because the word alien is from alien versus predator, so we go extraterrestrial, we get no aliens. B. Right. Although I think you get, you know, figures of this little green man, little gray man. You can't go props because they'll give you movie props, not game props. I guess we'll just end up with, yeah, little gray men eat those kinds of things. How do we? Yeah, you get the little gray man. Lots and lots. More and more little gray men. Wow, sunbathing in the beach, huh? Yeah, lots of little men. So not good for. Yeah, just little gray men. Yeah, you still have aliens as well, but a lot of little gray men. So I don't know what to search for. I don't have any props. Okay. Copy and paste between. That's so weird. You can't copy and paste between spreadsheet. Alien terrestrial. Structures is still the better thing, but we get the same stuff we looked at. Um, looking for like alien statues or alien props, things that alien planets will have. Like if an alien civilization is there, then it would have like alien buildings, alien props, alien lamppost, alien things. So I'm looking for alien things. Things that aliens might use. Things that aliens will leave behind if they live there. So basically alien stuff. Anything that looks like it could be made by an alien. Sci-fi statue? Oh, this is tiring stuff. Also, I woke up very early and slept very late. Because the game jam started at 2 a.m. for me. So I'm super exhausted. Uh-huh. Yeah, not stuff. It's like kind of alien-y. Yoda statue? But it looks too complicated. Simplify it, it'll. But anyway. One. There's some all from stock. Better look. So few drops in. This definitely looks nice. Very nice. This is it. Once I'm done with this, I've got to do the animation list of anim. Blend 3, hopefully. Very looking. Mostly images of aliens. What I want is images of stuff that aliens could have used, made, or lived with. Has this got to do with aliens? Look at that. Audrey Hepburn retouched Kyle Rice alien portrait. It's just, who labeled that? Not alien. It's nothing to do with alien. This guy doing with a creep disco ball. Fancy. I think we've gone to the weird places of the internet now. We're searching for aliens and we're getting random pieces of art in strange places. Radioactive. Let's see. But nah. Alright, I think we're done with this website. That's only one good image. I don't think this is. Alright, how about we search for a different search term? Yeah, these are cool. This monument. Oh wait. It's just little. Ooh. But this is actually yeah, this is a human thing. Need some alien looking aliens. Yeah, it's impossible to find alien props. Yes, the only way you'll find alien props is inside games with aliens in them or movies with aliens in them. He goes out and takes pictures of alien props because they don't exist. The only people making props are people who do it for games that way. Oh, they all. Aliens built these surreal brutalist statues and hid them. They block aesthetics, fashion, rebel statues. Statue. Well, in that case, then people actually recognize the. Scarecrow, Osneo, hunting, alien-like abandoned woman. Nothing else. Interesting. Yeah, these are really interesting. These really look like alien structures. Thing. War memorial structures are made. My head. People believe they're from aliens. Made them Moai heads. Aliens made them. These are pretty cool looking. Like that. It looks like, just a wall that shot through the next alien. All these look really. But since they're on Earth, since they're Earth more memorials, people would recognize him. But I've never seen this before, so maybe nobody knows about this stuff. Maybe it's not well known. So if we make it as alien reference. Alright, let's just alright, time to go look for it. Okay. Look for animation. Alright, so this stuff. Something to look at when they props. So few, I don't know. We have to invent our own. Plants are quite well developed. There's so many people making alien plants. Not so bad. A lot of reference. And I can't even be bothered to find the whole list of so much. I stopped when I had enough. Now we need stuff. Alright, so how much? Plants anyway. Okay, so got some help needed. Those are some changes. I'll take a look. Right now, I've got all the tools. Okay, we don't need to all not needed to be. Digger data. Okay, don't sync digger data folder up. It didn't change. It didn't. That about. I have no idea what the rules have been removed and okay. So still trying to sync. No, I don't think it. Good data. Where's the ignore? Not set it to ignore. Like just tons and tons of things to sync, and that's terrible. I want to sync any of this stuff here. Don't know how to use it very well. Got a lot of files that I don't. Well, it's not automatically selecting it. Not just private. It should not even prompt me because stuff that doesn't need to be. That one. I don't actually want to push any of these changes yet because I'm not sure I'm going to use all these things. So let's not push all these changes. Alright, we got some stuff coming in. Change the planet. Oh, maybe you can using it already. It. Alright, we'll just. Yeah, yeah, that. Jets are easier. Okay, so keep the ink. Oh, okay. Sure. That's fine. Just use it. Okay, so to use this You didn't sync any changes to the other thing, right? You didn't put any TPS here. So I'm not sure what I'm in any case, I guess the grappling is not a big deal. We can just remove it. We can just use jump jets and then just, jump jet to get around. But since there's no combat, we really need some more compelling gameplay. And I can't think of it right now. Like, even plants shooting things at the player may seem like violence. Right? Even if it doesn't do any damage, it's shooting things at you. It sounds a little like violence. So I'm struggling with that right now. We want to do something that fits the theme, but then the game could be utterly boring if we do that. Yeah, sense of that. Anyway, let's make that list of animation. That done too. Otherwise, Bino doesn't know exactly what he needs to do. Somebody's got it. So, all right. So anyway. What are we gonna need? Maybe Anurag, maybe you can come up with the animation list because you're making the animation controller, right? So maybe you can log down what kind of animations we're going to need, then he can go work on it. Because I'm not working on the animation controller. Are you familiar with animations though? Because I'm not sure if you've done like blend trees and such. Have you? Yeah, but you can't tell an animator walking and running because the animator needs to know exactly what kind of walking animations, and that means idle to forward, 45-degree left, idle to forward 45-degree right, standing idle, back, basically you have to be extremely detailed so the animator knows exactly what animations to make. Because there are going to be a lot of animations. So in order to create an animation blend tree, you need a certain number of animations. Walk to run, for example. That's a transition from walking to running. Yeah, so you don't know all these, so that's going to be difficult for you to describe, but you kind of need to learn all this because if you're going to make an animation blend tree, an animation controller, then you need to be able to, like, what kind of these do you need? So for me, I'm actually not very skilled at this. The reason I know all this stuff is because I use assets and they have these features there. But I haven't built like a from scratch animation blend tree because I look at those examples that from assets I buy and then I kind of just, fill it in. 2 legs robot? Yeah, it's a 2 legs robot. So it's kind of complicated. It seems simple. It's simple to understand, but when you actually start working on it, the blend trees are a massive nightmare. They're such a big nightmare that I was looking for alternatives. Okay, so what happens with blend trees is you start to make simple. You have the samples there. Third person. Because I want to show some examples of blend trees. Okay. A bit of blend tree. There you go. Okay, so when it starts, right, you got the really simple stuff like, idle to walk, idle to run, idle blend trees. And then there's a lot of complications like step to the left, step to the right, turn 25 degrees, turn 45 degrees to the left, move backwards. and it gets very, very complicated. It takes a massive amount of time. The problem is that when you start adding things to an already complex blend tree, like let's say you have walking, running animations, right? And then suddenly you say, okay, I want crouching animations now. So all the other animations have to blend with the new animations. So for example, if we were making that zombie game that we were doing earlier, right? We had like walking, running, and how if now we want crouching? Because you know, guns like to crouch and shoot, right? And some people like to prone and shoot. So these are two new animation sequences that we need to add. And then you need to add blend trees from each state to the each other state. It's really messy. So you have a blend tree that right now it's really simple. There's only a few things on it. But once you start adding, you could end up with like arrows, like easily you could have like 500 nodes in your state tree, and it gets really messy because you add one thing, you need to add connections to 10 other things, and then your mind is just exploding because you miss something, you make one mistake, then when you animate, when your thing's moving, you see all kinds of weird things happening. Yeah, originally we were making a zombie game. And then the theme came in as no violence, so we couldn't kill zombies anymore. It's just super complicated. So what I do is I pick up assets that just help me do it. I used to use Uti, but that's kind of been out of date now. The developer went to Japan to work for Nintendo, and he basically stopped updating things, so it hasn't been updated in a few years, I think. Yeah, so last update November 24th, 2020. But even before that, wasn't really getting updated much. It was just getting fixes in. So this package, this system, actually we can use this because this is not actual animations. This is just an animation controller system. What you do with these is it helps you take care of the animations to some extent, and it's got some modules to make it easier to do certain things, like, you know, this is melee combat. It helps you handle melee combat, animation blend trees and all that. This is to class spells, and then this is a camera controller thing, which I also quite like. Archery motion pack. So this doesn't actually, it has animations in there, but the animations are all from Mixamo, so basically it's just free animation. So if you want to do like really high quality stuff, you can't really use these. Face it. But it takes care of the animation control system. Even the really complicated blend trees, you can kind of just use this. Yeah. Nowadays though, because this is kind of an outdated system, so learning how to use an outdated system is quite pointless. I've been using these. This is quite good. Quite a good animation controller. We could use these. There's no combat. All right, let's bring this one in then. It does require quite a bit of work though, so it still requires quite a lot of work to use. So these are not shortcuts, not really. And it helps a bit with the code. Oh yeah, you have to swap out the character because the character is just a default human. It's a Mixamo character, so you're really not going to use that. The animations, we'll have to use Bino's animations. But yeah, let's bring in the, we don't need the other stuff in this to help with the animation. I was thinking of using the Unity third party one, third person one as well, because I thought maybe that's a simple one to work on. Okay, so the problem with this third person motion controller is that it doesn't support the new animation, the new input system. It's outdated and it's not going to get patched because this basically the developer has kind of abandoned it already. So it only works with the old input system, I believe. So if you have like the one you downloaded, right, the Unity one, that only supports the new input system, right? So we're gonna have some issues. And the old input system is kind of outdated already. So what I'll do is I'll just install this and sync it so you can have a look at it. But it's possible that this will not be very good for our needs anyway. There's also a bunch of extra work you gotta do. You gotta download animation packs from Mixamo. Yeah, you can use a mix, right? You can use the old and the new, but I'm not sure if that's such a great idea. Okay, let me just. There's a bunch of work. You can't just install it and work and use it. It requires additional work in order. Controller. Where you gotta put. Oh, maybe this already works. Well, let's try it. Project setting, input system. It's wait a second. System. Hang on, where's the place where we choose? Oh yeah, and this one needs framework. Ah yes, active input handling. We're on both, so we can already use the yeah. So we're good. Put here. Okay. Seems to already have the animations here. I thought they usually don't include. It might be already usable. Let me just try it out. But this asset, while I quite like it, it's notorious for being extremely difficult to learn to use because the installation procedure is very complicated to some people. You gotta download things from Mixamo, you gotta install things from Mixamo, and then you can get it working. A lot of people can't even figure it out. Let's try that. There are plenty of demo scenes, but they're all nested in there somewhere. Second. Oh yes, we need to make them updated. It's not gonna automatically change everything though. Is using good shade. So switch them to standard shader and then you can convert them. Anything using a custom shader will not convert automatically. So you had to do a bit of extra work. Door also wants to get funky. Script doesn't have a material, so we'll just dump something. Trigger area, okay, doesn't matter. Door frame, okay, door frame needs art, but where's the door? Hinge that needs art? Oh, there's the door. Holy crap. Okay. Guess the hinge is a Oh yes, the other hint. Okay, well, we got rid of most of the pink. Alright, let's play. Oh, wait. Input system. Could not find namespace unit. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be happy about that. Input system. Yeah, I expected errors like that, but we already enabled 2 systems. It did not like that. Their project settings, right? Where isn't it? So we already had both systems enabled and it doesn't work. Media engine. That's the old one. Yeah, but that should work. If you enabled both input systems, right? Wouldn't this just work? It's work. Errors all over from the same problem. So once we fix it, it'll all just work. This is a pretty good animation controller though. Code wise, it's very well written, very easy to understand. But it only works with the old input system and the developer is not going to fix it to work with the new one since it's pretty much abandoned. But I like it. I used it on a lot. You're posting a link again. Post the links in Discord. Hit the foot. Oh, cool. Alright, this is the music from the first. It's a bit loud. Very loud. A lot softer here because I can. enable registry packages. Alright, let's have a look. Registry package. External. External. Filer. Editor. I think it's this one. What's under preferences? Ah, there you are. I've got script inspector though, so that's my internal editor. Job editor, external. Probably not under here. Probably under the other one. Ah, there you go. External tools. Registry packages, wasn't it? Regenerate project file. Did it do it though? Guess it's done. All that you forgot the solution. Okay. Alright. I mean, I've never had this before. It always worked for me. I think I had to restart Unity though. I remember having to restart Unity for it to work. Let's just try restarting it. So we saved everything and then started. Just save this. Since we didn't do anything but fix all the broken pink stuff. Back and then sometimes it'll just work. The OT motion control system also requires you to reboot your project usually at least once for you to detect all the, because it needs to put itself in a path and all some weird stuff, but you need to reboot your project at least once for it to work properly. Right. Is there a loop? The thing that I could. Was it? Oh, it's already running for 4 minutes. Okay, so it's already looping. Right. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't even notice it was looping, so it's like, okay, that's a smooth transition. I don't even notice it was looping and it was just looping. Good stuff. Yeah, everyone likes it. Everyone likes it. Let me send it to the... Yeah, you guys want to check it out. Good beats. And errors are here. Wait. Yeah, it's just the namespace not being recognized. But why wouldn't it be recognized? You enable dual thingies. Is there some change to this? Like, do you have to type like old input system? Like old input system or old dot input system or something like that? They didn't rename it, did they? That's a thing. Alright, another alternative is to just switch to the old input system completely. Because having a mixed one, I've had a lot of trouble using a mixed one anyway. So let's try going straight to the old input system. Because when I do that, I think it worked fine. Because if we're not using the built-in one anyway, then it doesn't matter, right? Let's try that, see if it handles better. Yeah, song is great, right? Song is great. And it's looping, so basically it's only a 2-minute track, but this one's playing for 4 minutes and it can keep going, I guess. I like it. It's like pretty, you know, actiony, pumpy type music. It sounds science fiction and I like it. Package, but the native platform backend so the input system is not enabled. Yes, that's correct. Do you wish to enable the backend? To do so, restart editor and disable the old. No, don't do that. You need engine.input API. No, don't. Add using my RAM usages. It's really not relevant. RAM usage is not relevant here. I don't use much RAM. So the GPU RAM works when you have textures. So if you're running a 3D app that uses a lot of very heavy textures, that goes into your GPU RAM. So we're not running anything right now. There will be no difference. Okay, so now we have old. Yep, that one. Yeah, see, all the errors are gone. Like I said, when I switch to old, it just magically works. But when you use mix, it just doesn't work very well for whatever reason. I don't know it, but it just doesn't work. Will he make music for my game too? I don't know. We'll keep it simple. First, we'll work on this hack and this game jam thingy, and then figure out the rest. All right, so where are we at? My character. Oh, maybe I have to copy the animations. Guy, there's no actor. Where's the character? This is a gym for character controller, but there's no character. Brilliant. Brilliant. We fix a scene that has nobody in it. Possibly go wrong. Look for a different scene. Scenes. Climbing, flying, interacting. Like the all-in-one sound demo. Oh yuck. Oh yuck. Add material. Okay, now it's just this guy. Standard. Where are you? Okay. Of course the characters still look pink, but but that. Oh, it's set to a Pro LB. That's okay though. It should. How do I convert it if he has? Right, snap shader easy to switch. Hate it when they use custom shaders for no reason other than because they came with custom shaders. Alright, we good? That's the lighting. Lighting. There you go. Pretty lights. Cool. Good. Top down shows how we can set up a top down game. And read. Controls. Okay, so this is the thing. See, we need to show Bino what we need to make, and animation controllers are like bloody complicated. We have to decide like how many essential animations we'll need, and the controllers are. Alright, so this is just the basic animated controller. Each one branches off into its own category of stuff. And then there's an upper layer. I think that's a mask layer, and there's an arm mask layer. Okay, but this one goes into like very complicated, right? Walk, run, rotate, idle, SM. Like I don't even want to mess with this stuff. There's too much to deal with. This is just one section of that. How messy it will be. Start working it. just one of this. So this is the thing. We need to decide like how complicated we want our animation controller to be. And then basically he has to do like all of these animations, like idle to walk, walk to idle, so you can go from walking to standing, standing to walking, and you can create a blend tree between them. And then you need like walk forward, loop, run forward, loop, run, stop, right down. Like look at that. So it can be very complicated, or you can have your just simple walk, run, and then stop, simple directional stuff. Or you can have a really complicated blend tree, and then animations can become very smooth, very triple A, very triple A smooth. But that is just a mountain of work. Yeah, just a lot of stuff. Here, go back there, base here. Yeah, so idle, you have a simple idle pose. You can make it more complicated, like if you have like 3 different types of idles, the guy could be tapping his foot, or he could be scratching his head, or you can have something, and you can create a random transition between these idle poses. Or when you come into this pose, you pick one of the 3 idle randoms, at random, and then they'll do one of the 3. So they become a little less predictable when you're doing their idols, a little bit more natural. When you have like a lot of NPCs, like I say 100 NPCs in the market, you're walking through and you want them all to be doing a different idol. You don't want them all to do the same idol. You might even have a random delay before they do idols, so that they don't all scratch their head at the same time. Then they don't scratch their butts at the same time. If everybody does everything at the same time, then it looks really unnatural. So you have to add all these wonky things to make things look more natural. Anyway, animations are insane. So because of the insanity of these trees, I usually work with motion capture stuff, right? So instead of these massive trees, I wanted to use a system called motion matching, which is a complicated system that only works for motion capture. It only works for motion capture because it's extremely high intense. Yeah, it's basically only going to be used for like motion capture systems. And match. This one allows you to do very, very cool AAA style animation systems, but it's very, very expensive to do. See that? See that? These are animation transitions without a blend tree. There's no blend tree here. There's no state machine. Well, technically there's a sort of state machine, but there's no blend tree anymore. So you stop having to create these animation state machines. Instead, what you're doing is you're adding in animations, and then the AI for this system determines which animation to use when you're trying to trigger a motion. So it's very complicated. It's a very, very complicated system, but it's brilliant. What happens is that when you want to move forward, the AI will say, okay, I'm trying to move from standing idle to forward running. So it will look through the list of animations you have and then pick the most appropriate animation for that movement. It's basically AI driven animation system. It's super complicated. There are some white papers available on it. So here's the thing. Unity actually is building this natively as well. Look at that. Oh, animations are so tight. So tight. It's amazing. Now these are of course using animation sequences. Now to make these kinds of sequences, there's this there's some talks on GDC. Let me search for some of these. All of them. Can't remember the name of it. It's made by this Canadian French guy. He got hired by Unity. The guy who invented this AI animation system, he was hired by Unity to build their native motion, their native animation system. But it's been so many years and he haven't released it yet. So anyway, I can't remember the name of it. What's the name? I think the name. Animation something. I can't remember the name of it. I can't Google it right now because I can't remember the name of it. But basically, this system was developed by this Canadian French guy working for Ubisoft, and Unity poached him from Ubisoft to go work for Unity to create this. This system is going to be developed natively by Unity, but I couldn't wait that long, so I just went ahead and picked this one up. And I haven't used it yet because it's very, very complicated. And they do these things like they record these things called dance cards. So they have a single animation that runs for 3 minutes. In that single animation that runs for 3 minutes, you have a motion capture actor, and he's doing all the different animations. Walk to run, run to walk, idle to move, idle to, every motion from idle to not idle, for example. He runs through all these animations. And then what happens after that is the programmers will tag these animations. Like from idle to run, they'll tag it as from idle to run. So after you place all these tags, the AI will then parse the entire animation sequence and then determine when your character decides to go forward, it will look for the most appropriate animation and then use that. And when you see them moving, you see it's super smooth. There's zero blend trees in that. It's super smooth. The AI determines what animation to use. So the more animations you have, the better it becomes. So the tighter your animations, the more you have. The AI has more options to pick from when they're looking for an animation for that action. So it's super, super good. And that is the future for AAA. But of course, if you're doing it from the indie, this kind of workflow is very, very expensive to make. Oops. What am I doing? Like that. That. So yeah. So anyway, this is it's very cool. Unity is making their own native version of it, but it's I don't know, been so many years. It's like 5 years or something, and he hasn't released it yet. I can't remember. Unity. I can't remember the name of it. Animation. There's a name for it. Keep delaying that. Motion matching, right? Animation something. I can't remember. Is it? No, it's not motion matching. Motion matching is the name of this product that I bought, but there's a different product that Unity is developing. Kinematica, that's the name of it. Kinematica. So the guy that did this, Kinematica. Yeah, the guy who invented this animation system, this AI animation system, French Canadian guy, and he's developing Kinematica for Unity. It's in preview, so you can kind of dig it out and try it out. But it's been in development for an eternity. I've been waiting for it for so many years. This is the guy, yeah. He's been giving talks on it. He's the expert on it because he invented this bloody system, and Unity poached him to do it. It's a great talk. Everyone should watch this if you're in the.
Okay, it would have been a gorgeous video, but you can do things like.
This is the guy. What's his name? Michael Butner. Yeah. This is the guy. This is the guy who invented this system. So I'm just gonna link this to you guys. If you're game developers, you will want to watch that just to learn. But do understand that this method of animation is strictly a AAA workflow. If you're like an indie, 1 to 6 people, this is like impossible for you to pull off because it's going to be so expensive. You will not be able to do it. There are other ways to cut the cost down these days. These days animation suits, mocap suits, they're very, very cheap. So you can do like Rococo. Rococo is a very, very good mocap suit, and it's only a few $1,000s. So this will allow you to record motion capture, and then using motion capture, you can do stuff like you saw in that. Yeah, stuff that you see here. you can do it if you have a motion capture suit. Because all you need to do is record long sequences of motion capture, doing everything you think your character would ever want to do. And AI will determine which animation to use, so no need to worry about like 500 node blend trees and stuff like that. That is just too painful to deal with. But yeah, go check it out. Oh, $4,000 for face cap, body mount, face capture, smart gloves, and smart suit. Yeah, I mean it's very expensive for an indie. $4,000 is very expensive for an indie. But you know, if it's a professional indie, they can afford it. You can see the animation quality is quite good quality for the price. There are also more expensive options. There's the so-called Hollywood grade version. The Hollywood grade version is like $25,000 for just the bodysuit, called X-Sense. 25K for just the bodysuit, and then every year you have to pay 5,000 in licensing for the software to use that suit. Yeah, it's very, very expensive. This is a more affordable one, especially for indies. Still expensive though. Still expensive. But you know, if you get the budget for it, this is a good option. Alright, where were we? I was trying to get animations, right? So we've kind of gone on tangents. We looked at the UT motion control system, which can work. And right, so yeah, it's working already, right? Yeah, so for us to get this animation system onto the robot, since the robot is not a standard humanoid rig, it means we cannot use regular animations on it. The only animations we can use are the ones that Vino will make for us. So we need to tell him exactly what we need. That's why I say you can't just tell him, you know, walking, running. It doesn't work like that. You have to tell him exactly what you want to put in your blend tree, and then you tell him to make exactly that. Because it all has to be, it all has to fit into the blend tree. So if you're missing things in the blend tree, then basically you have to update your blend tree. So it's just a massive amount of work. Crazy. Animation is so interesting and yet so complicated. There's just so much you can do with it, but it requires so much work. Alright, so yeah, so everything here, like sneaking, doesn't have sneaking. Nope. But it created all these, base, we call these things base thingies, so that you know when you have like a sneaking animation, you can go in there and edit that, add that in. So it kind of makes it easier for you to work with all these blend trees, because you have all these things already, and you can just expand on it. That's easier than just building up your own animation controller system from scratch, especially if you want like really high quality animations, blending. This helps with that, but it's still a ton of work. Yeah, so back to what we need, right? So what we can do is we can look at the demo blend tree, or we can look at the animations that are included, and then we'll try to replicate that. So we'll tell him exactly those animations in order to create that standard motion from that blend tree, and then we'll tell him like these animations. But he doesn't have any experience doing this kind of stuff, so it's going to be really challenging for him to do. Okay, so animation controller content. This is where stuff is. So we don't need a lot of stuff like climbing, you know, cover for stuff we don't need. We just need walking and running animation. Maybe we can even skip walking, just go straight to running. You can do something like idle to run, and then all the different directional runs. Alright, so walking has standard walk. Backwards, facing forward. Okay, so this is a reverse walk. Got this. idle to straight, all angles. This is actually Unity's default animation, I think. The free Unity default one. But these are motion capture animations, so they are quite good. Anyway, there are tons. So what we want to do is just find the ones we can fit into from the blend tree and then get him to recreate that. Okay, so let's see. What are we looking for? Walking front pivot, I think. Ooh, look at that. Alright, so there's massive number of animation. Yeah, so if we want to recreate this blend tree, this is the amount of animations you're gonna need. So you can see that if you want an animator to hand animate this kind of stuff, it's insane. It's insane to hand animate this kind of stuff. So, you know, like, this is just overkill for what we're trying to do. Look at that. Number of animations here is just ridiculous. So we need to simplify it. We can't use like something so nice. So if we're not going to use something so nice, then the whole purpose of using this animation sequence, I mean, this animation system is already like sort of not necessary. So if we're doing a basic one, what we're going to need, like idle to walk. Yeah, exactly. We want something simple because this is like, you know, like more commercial grade game development. Right now we're just doing a game jam. So we want something simple that we can do without like everybody. I mean, even if you work 24 hours for the next 2 days, you just cannot do that many high quality animations. It's just not humanly possible. So we need to be realistic here. So what we can do is like an idle to walk, or maybe an idle to run, a forward running animation, and that's like maybe a turning animation, and that's it, right? How many other kinds of animations can we possibly do? Because we're not making a complex blend tree. And even getting walking animations to loop is quite a bit of work. Don't want turning? Okay, just forward. Forward. Don't forget, jump jets require animation too. When you have jump jets enabled, like when we turn on jump jets, the character is going to animate in a certain way. Because otherwise they'll look really weird. They need a certain animation. So they need like a you know, Rocket Man kind of animation. Yeah. Rocket Man. Animation. Oh crap, we're getting Elton John. Yes, not. That's the wrong place to be looking. Okay, flying animation. That's probably what we look for. So something like going upwards, because you definitely need an animation for the jump jet. Okay, so let's just come out with a list. So let's say idle and walk forward. We want walk forward loop. Then we need jetpack animation. No, I mean, I was only looking for an example to show people. I'm not going to buy an animation for that because we have an animator. We just need to be very clear, like what animations we want and how to create a blend tree for those animations. We still need a blend tree. Even if we don't want to make a super complicated one, we're still going to need a blend tree. Because if you don't have a blend tree, then everybody is going to be jerking around. Give me a second, I need water. Okay. So walk, run, jump, jet. Okay. Yes. Okay. You definitely need an idle animation, because when your character is not doing anything, it's you don't want it to be like perfectly still, right? It's gonna be like moving a little bit, scratching his toes or something. Jetpack will look. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we have to make our own. So walk animation, walk forward loop. Maybe we don't need walk though. We can just go straight to run. Just single. Oh, but maybe we need walk, and then you can press shift to run faster. So forward will walk, and then you shift to run. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe a run will be good as well. So idle, run forward, and we have a run forward loop. Word. Okay, we do a run forward loop, and then what do we need? So we need to go backwards as well. So when you go from idle to walk, you need to be able to go from walk to idle. So insert one in here. Go from walk forward to idle. And then we need the run forward to idle too. And walk to run. Yeah, exactly. And walk to run. Crafts. Hey, what's up, Kia Moore? We're working on it, man. We're working on it. So much to do. Yeah, for back walk, you can flip it. You can also, cut short by, like, for example, moving a left, like move to left or strafe to left, can be looped to do right side as well. That can be done to save on animations. Yeah, I know you can use Mixamo. You can use Mixamo. I've used lots and lots of Mixamos. I have the entire Mixamo collection downloaded years ago. So we just scraped it. So I've got like 2,800 Mixamo animations. I have every single one. Even the ones they deleted. They actually deleted animations from the Mixamo collection. So I have animations from there that you cannot even find anymore. Deleted them. Hey, what's up, Misandry? How's the game looking? Pretty good, pretty good. Want to listen to our soundtrack? Check it out. It's made by the talented Critical Maxim, who is a Nepalese, born in Russia, but now lives in Austria, but he's from Nepal. His family's from Nepal. So check it out. Our soundtrack. Yeah, so if you want to use Mixamo animations, then you don't need an animator. But Mixamo animations cannot be used on a custom rig. So if you want to use Mixamo animations, you need a standard rig, a standard humanoid rig, or have the rig done by Mixamo so that it'll just work. Otherwise, we are screwed, because right now Eno rigged it because the character wasn't centered properly, so I didn't rig it. But if someone goes and centers it properly, I can go try a Mixamo rig again, see if it works. Where were we? Animations. Walk to run. Walk forward to run. Okay, what else we need? And when you design an animation controller, if you cannot strafe to the left, it's kind of awkward. Like, you know, your WASD keys. So we only move forward W. We can move backwards because you can just loop it from front to back. I mean, you can just reverse it from front to back. But if you try to press A and strafe left, you'll notice that he doesn't do anything because we don't have an animation for strafe left. So if you want the controller to be awkward, then you know, we can skip the side animation. But if we have like a strafe left, then you can move left with A and D. You can design it different ways. You can either strafe to the left or you can turn to the left. But if you don't have either of these, then the A and the D key will be kind of awkward because you press it and nothing happens, right? So that is always going to be awkward. Maybe a jump animation. You see, that's very, very complicated. When you have a jump animation, you can either have an idle jump, a walk forward plus jump, or a run into jump. You know, so that's like 3 animations if you want to jump. Let's just forget that. Just jump jet and forget that, because when you want to do a jump and a simple jump animation, you have 3 animation states to trigger that jump. If you don't, then it'll be weird, right? When you're walking, you can't jump. When you're running, you can't jump. Only when you're idle, you can jump. You know, it's like, that's weird. And if you're idle, you can't jump. Only when you're running, you can jump. Okay, that may be okay. So we can do like a running jump animation. That's maybe possible. At least the animation controller will look cooler. So, running jump. Running forward jump. But I think we have too many animations, he's gonna get really stressed out because he's never done character animations before. He's done gun animations. So character animations are a whole different beast. But we'll try him out. He looks like he's learning anyway. But the very worst case, he learns how to do characters animations during this game jam. Alright, jump jets. Jump jets also have to be triggered from a state. So are we going to be idle jump jets, walking jump jets, or running jump jets? Maybe we'll make it a requirement that you have to be running to jump jet. Have to be running to jump jet, so therefore it's kind of like the jumping animation, except you know, the jump jets will power up and have some particle effects. Jumping jump packs. Forward jump into jump pack. Yeah, maybe that's a requirement. Then you have to be in jumping state to power up your jump jets. Jumping to power jump jet. Initial takeoff. Rocket Man! Except Rocket Robot. Jumping to power jump jets. This one will need to be explained. So, in jumping animation transition into jump jet. Into power jump jet. Powering jump jet. While in jumping in. The dance emotes. Oh my goodness. I don't think we'll have time for dance emotes. You do realize we have only like one more day to do this jam. One more day. So yeah, all the moonwalking dance animations, all your K-pop dance animations, Yeah, you gotta go to Fortnite to get those. We just don't have time to do that. Video Nomad, thank you for the follow. Come to the stream. Working on our animations needed. That nice. So with bad eyesight can. All right, so cut that too. And probably only when necessary. Or to jump. Okay. All right. That's oh yeah, we need the left and right thingy. So we either turn to the left or we strafe to the left. Which one is it gonna be? We can loop the. I mean, we can mirror the left to do the right. So we only need to do a left. I think that's too much. I think it's too much. So we already cut the grapple hook. So we're just going to have jump jets. We don't have weapons, so I hope the game doesn't become super boring. So we have to think of things that you can do so that it's not boring. Or maybe running and flying would be kind of fun. Maybe the whole game is about getting into jump pack mode and flying around the planet. But then, if we do that, then all the land obstacles that we were planning, like, lava and acid lakes and all that, player can just ignore because you just fly around everything, completely ignoring all the obstacles we placed there to make his life hard. Too easy. Gotta be a hard game, man. You guys watch Kane's stream, and the game has got to be hard. Yeah, there's jump jet fuel, but still you can jump jet around all the difficult stuff, which is the plan, right? You put all these difficult obstacles so that you have to jump jet over it. We initially designed for a grappling hook, so you can either jump jet or you can grapple hook, but I guess it's somewhat the same anyway. Just a way to jump forward, right? Or bypass obstacles. So just having a jump jet will probably suffice. So we don't have to waste time and effort developing a grapple hook option. No violence. That's the thing that makes us trip over ourselves. It's so hard to design a game with no violence. Nobody does that anymore. Project Flappy Cane. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna turn or we just strafe, but I think strafe would at least give us some strafe left. Yeah, that will at least let us have a decent looking animation control. Alright, because we can mirror that to strafe right. Oh yeah, since there's no combat, there's no dying animation. But how if the robot gets destroyed, you know, in lava and lakes and whatnots, it still needs to have a death animation. Right? You still need a death animation. So we'll have to have a death animation because if you can't, if there's no, I mean, if obstacles destroy you, then you still die, right? I have to call it death animation. This is all animation. There's also different transition states to trigger death. But let's just keep it simple and just call it death, because you know, like idle to death, running to death, that's all. It just gonna complicate it. We'll just have a simple death animation and have no transition blends. You are dead. Game over. Try again next time. I could just Mario it. Yeah, we're kind of making a Mario game, right? Hey, why don't we just put Mario mechanics in there? Like little mushrooms you gotta jump on. Alien mushrooms though, not the regular mushroom, but the alien ones. Like this one, yeah? Alien mushrooms. Jump on alien mushrooms and then, you know, good times. Oh, mm, okay, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. Doable within a day. But he's not very experienced, so I don't want to add too many because then he might trip and get into trouble. Give him a few. That's already for a newcomer. It's gonna take him quite some time. Keep it friendly. Breakdown. Breakdown. Oh, okay. Sure. But it's not a robot. It's a robot with a human inside. So the human's gonna die. But there's no violence. No, no, no violence. But acid has consumed your robot. Or maybe we'll make it so that he never dies. Maybe he'll just eject, right? So like the escape pod into the head can just eject. Or the entire head can just, you know, fly off or something. Um yeah, so maybe the death animation will have an eject. X. It. Yeah, the human's always alive, so there's no violence. Death to robots, but humans can never die. Humans will never die. Alright, so that's 12 animations. Oh no, 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 we still need more. We still need flight. If you're flying, oh my goodness. If you're in jump jet, you still need a jumps, you know, powered jump jet state. We forgot that one. Right. Forward and power jump jet. Okay, and then we need one more. Flying forward without power. So it's kind of like what do you call that? I don't know, free fall? Free fall? Sort of free fall? Flying forward. This moment. Alright, so yeah. So if anybody can think of any other animations that we'll need to add, feel free to offer. Otherwise, we're gonna assume that this is all we're gonna need. We're gonna send 14 animations. 14 animations. Would take a good day, I think. But if we can think of any more, we should probably let him know right now. If not, I'm gonna send him. Just got jumped. So this guy changes the. Anyway, if you did that with the third person template, I will not be able to run it because I've switched it to old. I switched it to old input controller only. Still strong. So if you switch it to, that's the thing. You see, you got it working on that, then I can't, unless I delete the UT and then. So you see, if you can do a blend tree with the animations I've requested from Bino, it's simple. You should be able to do that, right? Then we won't need complicated animation control system, which is mostly made for like AAA games, or at least D games, not for a game jam level. Yeah, let me just remove it. But I just made all those changes. It all working. I don't know. That's the thing. Because right now I can't think of any other interesting game mechanic to add to the system. So those of you who just jumped in, this is our robot game. This is how the robot looks right now. And we are going to be flying around in maps. Still working on. On wall. Don't know what it is you. So this one is some kind of alienly shape. Sort of works. Water is of course optional. Have to have it's there in case we want to put like acid pools that they have to navigate. Acid pools or lava pools or whatever. So this is an infinite map. You know, you move forward, it just generates more forever using the same algorithm. Forward, forward, it just think forward. But basically, in the same generation algorithm, we can keep generating stuff as we go all around our map. Now, if it gets boring like that, we can do is we can create graph transitions, so we can transform from one terrain type to a different terrain type while still in the same map. So, you know, we can change from this map to one actually. Transition from one type of map to another. This was kind of a moon AP type thing. It the terrain textures will fix at some point. If I have time, if I'm not getting distracted by other work, yeah, we'll fix the terrain textures, and then you know it's at ground level it's gonna look like that. This is how it's gonna go like from ground level. Kind of looks alien, doesn't it? Kind of looks like an alienly type landscape. Of course, the textures will need to change. I was thinking of some kind of dark volcanic rock type material or moon rock kind of material, but I'm struggling to find one that fits what we're looking for that isn't terrible. Yeah, and we can just keep going. I'll do just keep generating and except we're not the camera, so it's not generating because we're not the camera. We should really just create a simple camera controller so that at least when I'm testing, I can visualize it a bit. Yeah, and it's if we want to do other things, we can also other graph. Suddenly, oh my goodness, we're in the desert. But we can change the color of the texture so it's not like sand. Change it so it looks dark, black, or even moony. So this can be like a moon landscape. Moon landscape in the band. Change the color of those. Generating the see these textures, switch it to else, and it can be lifts. But I can even just change the properties. Color change. You have to change the entire. So we can create an offset of this. I have the textures. We'll do that right now. Right. Make a copy of demos. Get all these things. Then we're gonna need the ones we're going to modify. Pink, pink, if red. Sand crack. Pink, red, sand, sand. Pink and right. So here and go. The shader. Let's just pick. Wait, this is. I mean, whatever looks alien. Yeah, but this one doesn't allow us to change the video, so unless we create a different texture color for it. Try this. We have a specular color over this. Does that do anything? Probably not. Okay, since we're testing this. Okay, so there's a specular color on it. Looks like you can apply the specular color here, but I don't think it does. Look like it. And no, not seem to. I guess specular color doesn't. Okay, hang on a second. Color. I don't see it. I don't see it. 0. Yep, I don't see shit. So probably not. What other? Okay, so there is no way to manipulate colors. So we have to manipulate colors before we come here. Alright, let's do One of the yeah, the extra channel info. Wait, what weird thing is the thumbnail looks fine, but this looks like dark. Say it's non-primo. Hey, that doesn't seem to have worked. I gotta learn how to use GIMP properly. About the other one. Pitch black. So this was the brighter one. So dark. Okay, so how we the HSV thing that changes color? Profile, no, not color profile. We just want to change its actual color. The HSV thingies, right? Hue saturation, yeah. Oh, how do you does hue saturation? Ah, we're talking. Okay, so turn it into wish purplish. Oh, if it did anything, because it's dark, I can't see it. So I think I'm just doing it wrong. So so the same. I have no idea how to use GIMP. I just use it for basic adding stuff on a layer. I have no idea how to use complicated features. So yeah, we need like a real artist to work on it. But I figured I could change the albedo using I use a lot of technical terms, so correct me if you don't understand what they use. Albedo refers to the color of an image. So in game development, artistic terms, we call that the albedo color. So if an object is like this, you want to change the albedo, you can change it from like this color to blue or red or whatever. That's reddish. Then there's things like normal maps, which is this weird looking thing. What this does is it gives your image what do you grab that to a non-tech, gives it dimension. So this is what tells it, like, in the older days they call them bump maps. Nowadays they call them normals. But basically it tells you which part of the image comes out, kind of pops out a little bit. Explain it better when we get like, you see that you can kind of see like little lines, right? It's so that little stuff seems to pop out a little bit. That's the normal map doing some work. If it's a flat image, it will have no, it won't look like there are unevenness. It'll be completely flat, like baby's butt flat, maybe like a tabletop flat. But when you have normal maps, it applies some kind of unevenness. Sometimes you can make it very uneven, especially for things like mountains and rocks. You like to see a lot of unevenness. That's what the normal map does. And then there's more complicated things like ambient occlusion, all that, where how lights interact with it and shadows interact with it. Complicated. Anyway, I don't want to go through a tutorial on artist workflow. But albedo basically refers to colors. Colors the way you know them. Alright, so let's get back to work. Well, we were trying to change this to look like an alien landscape. Like, I might need to go find some better materials, because we've tried changing it to the moon rock stuff that I downloaded. But let's try it again. This. Then we have a couple of materials we already. Rock 30. 20. The other two are rocks. But the quality of these rocks doesn't seem to be good. Whenever we use them, that looks ugly. Like, when you see this now, the default textures are quite good because they don't look like the terrain is like overlapping much. You can't see the tiling. Right? You look at it and it doesn't look like it's tiling. But when you use these, they look very, very obviously like they're tiling. I think it's mostly the artist's fault. The way they made this material just wasn't very high quality. Tell that it is a tile that is repeating. What I'm gonna do is other stuff. There you go. There you go. An immediate change. Pops. Now the other rock. Change the parts of it. Instead of red. See that the entire procedural landscape has changed. You have this black rock top, and on the sides you got the other mountainy. Doesn't look so bad though. Maybe it's supposed to be used on cliffs to this side we still. Okay, so what do we need for the rest of it? So this is regular sand. We don't have a good replacement for that. Maybe we need more rocky material. We need to import more of the rocky material so that we have more rocks line up the moonscape. But let's try sand that we. What's this? It actually doesn't bad. It's very white though. That actually kind of fits. It's almost got a moon-like feel to it, even though it's sand chumps. But it does look quite good. So what we need is more materials. Dig out some more. I want to turn this into something nice. Good and alright. Tons of it. Dark gravel. 24. Color, also known as the pick from. I don't know the difference between X on. This could mean direct X. This could mean the other one. Alright, so. Okay, so now we have gravel 20. So we can go into the. Aha! Different. Better. Now if you look at it, it's like it kind of jumps out a little. Maybe it doesn't look. Almost scale of 3. Kind of looks more like it's. So if you have 0 normals, then it looks completely flat. You can tell that 5. You can see it starts to look like it's coming out a bit. 1, go to 2 and 3, it gets more extreme, but it looks like a very flat texture. But when you scroll out a bit, perfectly fine. Yeah, it's only when you get too close where it loses its sense of realism. But I quite like this rock. This rock seems to blend well with the sand. You see the sand and the rock seem to blend quite well. One blends in with the sands. Oh, we got this rock. I was hoping to cover the entire thing with the dark rock. Try to make it look like a moonscape. But, you know, maybe not for this. It does. It has changed that entire map to look different, though. You know, initially it was just a desert-looking thing. Now it looks different, right? But I'm not sure that's what we'll look. Also, what's up with this dry and healthy? Billboard. We don't actually have grass too. There's no grass on this map. When you get too close, you do see it looking quite flat, though. You see the flatness once you get too close. The sand doesn't seem to have that problem. The sand looks really nice. Really nice and looks really like it's popping out. But the rocks definitely don't give me that Maybe it's because we didn't set it to a high enough. Oh, wait a second. I like the because it's not made of metal. Nah, that's just to make it shiny. Nah, I don't. So definitely not that. The only big difference is the mask map. Ah, yeah, it might have made the difference, right? Because you lose ambient occlusion on it, and without the shadows on this, it doesn't give it enough three-dimensional feel. Ambient occlusion can only be added through the mask map on HDRP. That's a bit complicated. The asset we have doesn't come with it. Alright, more music, guys. From our musician, Maxim. The high BPM version. Definitely not as good as the original. Oh dear, look at that. That's a seam tear. Hey, this happens on the edges of the map. There's kind of a bug with this tool. We're in play mode. So This is basically when one tile transitions another tile. The seam tear is quite common. It is unfortunate, but it does that a lot. When you zoom out, you can see the seam tear a bit more obvious sometimes. You see, this is the low detail terrain, this is the high detail terrain. When you move the camera closer, that will also become high detail, but the seam tear will still exist, and it would still be kind of bad. Maybe it'll be better if we... That's fine. Camera over. That tear. Get it. Now that the camera is facing there, there's no level of detail, so we'll see the tear as
Hello, hello.
there.
What's the update?
Yeah, we're listening to your track.
Oh,
It's alright, but just different.
it's faster. That's why.
Yeah, it's fast. I know. High BPM version. I know. You're just messing with it to see you can make like a few variations of the track. Good.
Yep. So far, I'm stuck. I'll be honest, but
You're stuck?
yeah.
Are you trying to come up with more music? Different, like a new track?
No, well, yes, I'm trying to do both to see
Okay.
if the new track works. If this one, I probably
I
will
mean, it's
stick
not
with the
bad. I mean,
BPM.
it's usable. I think the new track is kind of usable. Maybe it's useful in like a situation when you're running out of time and you need like this high
That's what I was
intensity.
doing. It.
Yeah, that's what you're doing,
It's
right? The intense
the last
version.
minute.
Yeah, you have very little time left, and you wanna stress out the player a bit. You increase the beats, the BPM, and try to stress the player out. Music based excitement inducement.
Probably play around, but honestly, I'll probably just like have one or two more instrument and just call it there,
All
and
right.
then make the last music,
Okay.
and also a lot of sound effects.
Do you
How
make
many
sounds
more
for
do I have to
the
make?
do you make sounds for the jump jet?
Jump jet. I have not made it, but I can do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we didn't create a list of like the sounds we need because we don't actually know all the gameplay elements yet. But I think jump jet
Mm,
probably will be in because I think Anuraj already made the jump jet function. I think he already did that.
okay, I'll try to do that. Then I'll work on this. I'll work on jump jet, and then probably we'll call it a day then.
All right, no worries, man.
'Cause-
Okay, I'm
but
still
we'll
waiting
see.
for Anuraj's push. I thought you pushed the changes in, but I'll have to delete the other thing, and I would have to switch back to the new controller because whenever I go mix mode, it just
Anyway, so I'm gonna go back to making music. Oh,
alrighty,
please don't.
alrighty. Thanks for the stuff, man. It's pretty good. Tracks. Yeah, we need a jump jet animation, but basically there will be two jump jet thingies, right? One is like the takeoff. When you're taking off with the jump jet, it's got to sound like, more impactful. And then once you're in flight and you're still using the jump jet, then maybe it's got a slightly more monotone, like passive effect. Not so explosive. But the first takeoff should sound more impactful because you're blasting off, right? Like a rocket blasting off. Oh, he's gone off, so I don't think he heard that. Gone off the darn. Hey, what's up? Say that. when 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 I probably butchered it. I don't know how it's supposed to be said. But welcome to the stream and hello. Yeah, we're still working on our robot. Oh yeah, here comes the push. Alright, I'll have to switch back to the... Probably have to switch. Because without the new controller, able to play the third person control from Unity. Oh, do I have an error now? Yep. That's what you... We'll set it to both, but it doesn't work. But maybe we can set it again and see if it's working now. Wasn't working before. Don't bite my tongue. I'll try not to. Tongue twister, you know? Like that structure that I gotta show you. Crap, this looks great. Check it out. Okay, so he's our Ukrainian guy. So he made this. Yeah, it's cool, right? Can't wait to destroy this thing. Yeah, we got a lot of nice little structures. We can build up an alien looking planet with all these alien buildings and then blow it all up. Yeah. How we're doing it, man. Do this shit. Oh, ignore. Recommended. Of course it is. Oh, you gotta jump it. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we just need the animations and the effects and actual jump jet VFX. Oh yeah, shit,
Definitely not as
VFX.
good as the original one, but I would listen to it again.
Yeah, we need VFX too. That's always gonna be a pain. I don't really spend too much effort making VFX. Alright, so everything's broken? Yep. As I said, this will break everything in the other thing. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna delete it. If we make a simple animation controller on our own, we probably don't need this complex one. But it's also a lot more work to use. So I guess we'll just delete it. We'll just delete that and then just use the new system. Doesn't work in mixed mode. I've had that issue as well. Switch it to old only, it works fine. This can also be deleted. Alright, so we're good then. Okay, that's stumble scene with backtrace. Oh, but then the scene. What's the key for? Ooh, holy shit! To my death. To my death. There's no limit right now, right? There's no fuel, so you can just keep jumping. Ooh. You gotta be careful not to jump too much. Oh wait, there is fuel. Oh no, there isn't fuel. Oh, is there? I hit something. Yes. There's limit. Oh, you added limit? You know what I'll do as well for some fancy effect? We should put like a downward force, so that you know if there's any rigid bodies underneath, it will all get pushed away when we jump or something. Hold F. Yeah, I've done it. I've held the limit. Kind of threw me over. Jump back. Also, camera is not supposed to be this way. Flying, flying, we're falling. Oh, you need to put an animation curve on the effect, so you can set it so you have more force at launch, and then it evens out, and then it slows down once you start releasing. It slowly slows down, so it doesn't become like a linear curve. Instead, there's some kind of momentum curve. Disable game objects. Mean stuff you disable. You can delete them. It's your scene. Using the scene for testing. I'm not using. Okay, so. Ooh. Wow. Sometimes you can just jump really far, and then sometimes you can't. That kind of weird. Some locations you can just jump really far, and some you can't. Like, see, I could jump all the way out with one jump, and sometimes you just can't. Okay, look in a different direction. Okay, like this direction. Oh, we still managed to jump super far. Actually, it's fine. Right. Like certain places I try jumping, I can't jump very far. Maybe because I used up fuel and it's still recharging it. You said there was limits, right? So if you do multiple small jumps, then you have, well, I mean, there's no UI yet, so it's not displaying like how much jump jet fuel you have, I guess. Yeah, so once you used up all your fuel, it doesn't let you jump very far anymore. Because you have to wait for it to recharge. See the time in the script? Ooh, we're out. Get time counter. Okay, but it definitely needs some kind of animation curve. Not just 4D animation, but for the effect. Like at the start of the jump, you're not just instantly jump, right? You just want to power up first and then launch the character, right? Because when it instantly jumps forward like that, it feels very unnatural. Yeah, for a better feel, you need like some kind of sequence. You know, you power up the jump jets and then it makes a lot of noise, and then the guy like readies up and then he just boosts up, and then when he boosts up, it's fast and it slowly slows down and then it kind of peaks and it kind of stops when you have no more power. And if they keep boosting, if they keep holding down to the boost key and keep boosting, it's probably going to give him diminishing returns. So you can't get fly to outer space, you know. Some limits to how much flying you can do. But let's figure out how this is going to be interesting anyway. Because we have going to be weird procedural maps that are alieny. You put things like acid pools and whatnots in there, or even lava. But that still doesn't make for that in gameplay. Because all you're doing is just jumping around like a Mario game. We're gonna do that. We may as well make a Mario game if we're gonna just jump around. Why don't we put collectibles? Why don't we place more collectibles? Like we were talking about an objective, right? But why don't we place more objectives? Like lots more objectives, and the player has to go around collecting them or touching them, or maybe there's some other gameplay we can implement around traveling and exploring. Because just flying around, jumping around is just not that interesting. We have to figure out a more compelling gameplay mechanic, and we have to do it soon before we run out of time. Try it now, main scene. Pick the character in the main. Oh, we need backtrace thingy. I mean, right now we don't have a main scene because that's my testing scene. But you know, we can make a testing scene. Copied it, right? Yep, last. Yeah, I also need the backtrace scene anyway. Backtrace. Oh no, it's lost the computer. It was in planet 5th player. Alright, right now there's water, we don't need. Have to put him higher up. Wait a second. Camera's just gonna auto follow him, right? We don't need to move. Armature. You know what? Let's just move directly into the so he doesn't fall to his death. How about here? Okay. Cool. Middle-ish. Where? Okay, we have a main camera already. Alright, let's try. There. Ooh. The animation is definitely very weird. It's like you're just being tossed forward. Definitely feels very unnatural. It needs more gameplay love. See the jump needs to be like animation curve and some kind of sequencing. Jaggy standard. Very, very jagged. Oh, oh, oh. Fall down. Ooh, it is working. Working. It is working, but not always. Not perfectly, but it is kind of working. Come on, jump, jump. Double hop. I could even jump and then jump jet. Right? Which is what we want to do, right? We want to do like a jumping to jump jet animation. Oh, this is way jagged. I don't think I like it that jagged. But then again, this is the map. We can always change it. Okay, so let's try to get to the other side. E and go. Nope, didn't get very far. I think we just don't have enough fuel. It definitely does work. See? It definitely does work. But sometimes you can jump further, sometimes you can't. Okay, let's jump across. Oh my goodness, it's so jaggy. Yeah, that definitely won't work. That definitely don't work. We'll have to switch that. Oh, look at that. Jagged long wall. That totally doesn't work for me. Look at this. Jumping to the next thing, but we never made it to the top. I don't want to make a platformer, but what choice do we have now? This kind of game is kind of dull. We gotta figure out some more interesting mechanic. Right? Just flying around, jumping around, even though there's things to destroy, it does not make it fun. Yeah, if only we could our original design. Oh, it's attached to the third person controller script. Yeah, there you go. 3 seconds that you jump way further. But how do we make this fun? That's a struggle for me. I don't see that being very fun. So we need to add more gameplay mechanics. Yeah, we need some ideas here. This is tough. If we put like a bunch of collectibles around the map for you to go pick up, that still feels really boring. And there's no combat, so you can't make it exciting. How is this going to work? Oh, how are we gonna make this? Also, the jagged parts of the map were too much. In any case, this was just one of the earlier maps. This one is less jaggy, I think. A much less jaggy map. Flatter, more roundedness. Jump. Ready. Much further, but ooh, I'm Superman. That's yeah, 5 seconds to jump is long jump. But that doesn't make it fun though. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Wormius? We're trying to figure out how to make this game interesting. It's so boring. But we ran out of ideas when we were kind of brainstorming it, so we had to make something. And this was the best we could think of. It's a robot parkour. Yeah, so the robot. We are robot mech thingy with jump jets. Grappling hooks has been cancelled. Don't have grappling hooks anymore. Alright, I mean it still has the grappling hook arm, but that can be used for something else. We decided not to code in the grappling hook because it was kind of awkward, not working very well in third-person camera. Yeah, parkour is like robot jumping around, flying, trying to navigate obstacles. Anyway, it's not very fun. We gotta figure out how to make it fun. Because it's not interesting to just run around, jump around. I mean, we knew it wasn't going to be super interesting at the start, but all the other ideas were either going to take too long to execute, or were even more boring. Or we just had no idea how the gameplay was going to work, like the two protester one. We had an idea for a protester thingy. And a spaceship game. The spaceship game may have been okay though. The spaceship game may have been playable. This one might have been okay too. I mean, both of the options were I don't know. We also didn't know how to make this one fun because it looked like it could be really boring really quickly as well. If we had like a little spaceship, then we fly around the points of interest, kind of like FTL. You know, you go from point to point. But FTL, you know, you had things to fight. If you have no combat in this kind of game, it would be really boring. Because the theme is no violence. So that's a very broad term, no violence. It's going to be really hard to make something fun with no violence. As a robot with you, Paco. Well, that sounds cool, but then what is this ability going to do? Can't fight. There's no combat. So what kind of abilities do you need to collect? If you're collecting abilities just to make it so that you can collect more abilities, then at some point you have to realize, what are these abilities going to do? Grab a ledge. Yeah, we didn't want to do. You see, that's all really fancy, but who is going to write that kind of? You know, who's going to develop these features? We don't have enough time. It's only a 2-day game jam. There's no time to make anything complex. So if you want to have a lot of mechanics, that sounds great on paper, but you can never do it in time. Because if we had plenty of time, I could, you know, throw in more complex ideas. But there's no time, so you can't really do anything super complicated. So this game is like really boring right now. I just don't know what else we could do. Like if we only have enough time to make one interesting mechanic, and that's it. We don't have time to make anything else. Ultimate Knobster! Thank you for the sub, appreciate it. Leisure Suit Robot, unlock into appendages, conquer the planet. Totally no fine. No, you can't have that against the rules, man. Can't do love too. Can't do love, can't do violence. No love, no violence. Appreciate the sub, Knobster. We're trying to figure out how to make this game even remotely interesting. What are we going to do to make this? I'm struggling with this. Struggling with it. Trying to figure out how to make it interesting. Like we thought maybe a jump jet or a grappling hook will make it interesting, but it clearly does not. It doesn't. Navigating obstacles. I mean, that's no big deal. It's still really boring. Jumping around, avoiding obstacles, it's still really boring. There has to be a more interesting mechanic we can find. But then no violence means it's basically you can't be attacked by something because no violence, right? You can't attack things and things can't attack you, so this is just terrible. A mechanic when you fall on something, it gives you speed forward. You try to gain speed. Oh yeah. One of the things we wanted to do was have things that you know, structures that we can destroy. That part is not in the game yet because our art isn't done. But we can just prototype it. We can put like random things, structures in the game and then just blow it up. Or just run into it and destroy it that way. But it's still not interesting. Still not interesting. It's only fun for the first few times you see something getting destroyed. After that, it gets like super boring. So it has to have a more compelling mechanic. You said nothing about destroying? No, we had an idea to destroy stuff already. We already had an idea to destroy things that destroy themselves. The planet is supposed to self-destruct, so it's supposed to have buildings that going to destroy themselves, even if you don't destroy it, because the aliens are destroying it. Because they're abandoning the planet. They've abandoned the planet and they're destroying it. You have like 5 minutes to get to the objective and take the thing before they blow it up. Oh, that was the idea anyway, but it does not sound very interesting. Or we could scrap everything and make a card game about the protester thing. We had that protester idea. I don't know if we still have the whiteboard. Oh, this is the no, this is the other one. So we had an idea for like a game that's about protesters, but then you're the ones that try to stop them from fighting. It totally fits the theme. We have like a protest group A or violent protesters A. Violent protest group A. Violent protest B. B. And these guys, if they get to each other, they'll fight. So they'll fight. So you playing as the leader of protesters that will, go between them, try to create a barrier between them so that they can't fight each other. Because once they get together, they'll fight. Something like that. But we couldn't figure out how to make this interesting, and the way to implement it is also very, very challenging because if you want to have like protesters, then you need a lot of humans. And you need humans that don't look like clones, right? So you need to have different clothing, different hair, different, skin color, different eyes, whatever. You need to have a bunch of people that look different. Otherwise, it doesn't look like a crowd. It looks like Revenge of the Clones or something. So in order to do that kind of thing, we also figured out there are tools you could use. I have used a lot of these tools. They're a lot of work to use. And the art asset pipeline will be insane as well because everybody needs to be making like 50 t-shirts, different colors, jeans, jackets, clothing, sunglasses, whatever. There's a lot of art in the pipeline to make like a group of people look different. We even had an idea that the game could be about you being like a undercover operative, and then you'll be like a group of protesters, and you have to identify the violent ones because the violent ones could have like a knife in the pocket or a gun in the pocket. You go roll around, look at all the protesters, and find the guy who has weapons, right? That was an interesting idea, but the way we have to implement it is just impossible. It's impossible within 2 days. So ideas can be easy to come by, but ideas that you can actually execute within 2 days are few and far between. So ideas are a dime a dozen. Just that you need to be able to execute that within the time frame that we are allowed. And that's the problem. How do you make anything interesting with such little time, with such limited scope? Right? No violence, right? So we thought that this would be the best kind of game supporting the team because the team is no violence, right? We're here to prevent violence, so that's totally 100% spot on. Preventing violence is like right on top of the money, right? But we couldn't figure out a way to implement it technically without, spending a ridiculous amount of time on it. We don't have the time or the resources to do something like that within the amount of time. Yeah, and if you reduce the number of people, like if protest group is just one person, then it doesn't look very interesting, right? So you need large groups of people, and large groups of people need to be randomized sufficiently to look different enough. Otherwise, it'll be like Revenge of the Clones. Everybody's wearing the same thing, looking the same. That would be really boring, right? Looking at a bunch of clones. So yeah, we decided that we didn't have the resources to make something like that within that time frame. So we scrapped that one. So that was one of the we had good ideas here. There was so many good ideas for the protest group gameplay thingy, but then we won't be able to pull it off. So we kind of boiled down to two base ideas, either the robot thingy or the spaceship thingy. This one, we also weren't able to figure out if we could make it fun. And the robot game, we also knew it wasn't going to be fun. But, between this one and the robot game was easier to do with the robot game. That guy. Got more art coming in. More alien structures. Well, so we have a lot of art assets coming in to build like an alien planet. So if we can figure out what can be interesting, because our art pipeline is coming in already, and we got a robot, we've got some alien structures. How can we make this interesting? That we have. It can be something else. We don't even need the robot, right? We can just change the core concept, keep the art pipeline, because we have alien assets coming in and alien buildings. You know, if we can change the art pipeline to something and pivot from that. So instead of robot game, it'll be like alien game. You can change it. It can work because this robot didn't take as much time to make anyway. So we could skip the robot and change the gameplay, keep the assets. So we already have an asset pipeline producing alien-ish buildings and stuff. So we change the concept. That still can work. But the thing is, there isn't anything that's going to be easy to come along. Like, I don't know. Struggle. The scope is so limited. Anyway, we had an idea to use the Spray Fire plugin to do destruction because it lets you blow stuff up. Let you fragment in runtime and shatter objects. You can apply a script to a game object and then have that shatter at runtime. You don't have to fragment, you don't have to have your artist break it up into 50 pieces. Just put a script on it and it just falls apart at runtime. You can pre-fragment as well using code, so that's quite easy to pull off. You can just keep shattering things, making them smaller and smaller and smaller. It's procedural fragmentation using code. So yeah, breaking things is fun. That's why we figured, okay, let's have robots, and then let's have lots of buildings, and let's have robot break buildings as we're running through it. Not working on the controller anymore? Okay. Well, what other gameplay elements can we even do? I mean, what are we gonna do? How's it gonna be fun? The struggle is real. How about we simplify the game completely? How about we alien building, alien civil, like alien town destruction simulator or something? So instead of like trying to avoid things, why don't just run in and try to do as much damage as possible, and then just give the player a high score for how much damage they do. It's not violent, right? There's nobody was harmed in the process of destroying alien structures. Or we can make it even like, oh, hang on. Oh, wait. We gave it so that it's interesting. I was thinking, how if you had to compete with like an AI? Like, there's an alien town, and then you have to destroy the town, and then you're competing with another AI who's also trying to destroy a town, and whoever has more points wins, or something like that. I don't know if that's gonna be interesting, but then you would just go around destroying stuff, right? And destroying stuff is somewhat entertaining at least. That was going to take more than 2 days. Then into a racing game because yeah, you have to go around buildings. A racing game with lots of structures that blow up as you pass them. mean, a driving simulator wouldn't be that difficult to do, right? Rush. Yeah, I mean, after that we can do whatever game we want, but during this jam we kind of have to fit. We kind of have to do it within the limits. That's not a bad idea. What do you think, Anuraj? Like an alien racing game. So we race around alien landscapes, and then you crash into them, you destroy them. Like we intentionally put a lot of things along the way for the players to run into and destroy. Yeah, I mean we put a lot of stuff that you can blow up. Like, you know, a car misses a turn or something, and then you just crash into all kinds of things. Yeah, it seems like quick fun, right? And a car game is really, really easy to do. I mean, it can be complex, right? If you want to like have really complex like driving mechanics, sure, you can make it really complex. But you can make it really simple and just drive by wire and turn left and right. It's simple enough. We can still pull it off in one day. Yeah, exactly. We have free car controllers too. And we have generative worlds, exactly. And I have generative worlds with paths. I can use splines. I can make paths. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't seen paths, I'll show you. This is all code generated, so it's super cool. So let's see. Spline. Splines. Okay, so yeah, ignore the pink stuff, but because it's LODs. But yeah, generate that, and then you'll see it generates land and it generates roads with splines, and that's fancy. Oh, it is not working. It's probably because the demo is on non-HDRP, so all the terrain is pink, not generating properly. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I can't show you the splines until I pull the code from the run the graph. Graph will just here. Did you save today, Pudgy? I don't know, maybe you have. You saved us all. Right. Okay. Alright, so let's go to the roads. Hey, where are my roads, man? Signs. Ah, there you go. See? Roads! Look at that. Actual roads. Country road. Take me home to the place where I belong. Okay. But yeah, see, you got roads. You can generate roads, you know, paths, and then the roads will travel, and you can kind of make a like a dirt racing game, even an alien planet dirt racing game. Car control. You can just install it, Anurag, and just sync it, and then I'll just get it from there. Go sync it. So basically, yeah, we got paths. There you go. Dirt road alien racing simulator. And we can still use whatever assets we already made. Like that robot could be, you know, we can make it like some kind of element in the game. We can make that. This would be like a crazy pivot. Alien robot game. Let's do that. We're making an alien racing game now. Alien racing game. Look at the paths. I mean, come on, this is gotta be fun. It's gotta be fun. Like racing around. You could end up in the water. Lose your car. How about we don't even need wheels, like a hover car racing game? Then they're like just floating around. I mean, could work. Work. We've got generated land and yeah, forget the ink, forget the pink stuff. The pink stuff is because of the HRP stuff, but you know, not that important because these are trees we're not using it. Right? And then we can just throw all these buildings around the sides of the roads, and when you miss, you crash into them and they just blow up. It's gonna be awesome. It's still a way to abuse the blowing up shit, and then you still get to use all the terrains we're making, and we still get to use the alien landscapes, the alien buildings, the alien stuff we're making. Keep this environment. Alright. I don't have to keep the environment. The environment's been here. The environment's not going away. It's generated. We just make it on the fly. Super fly. Yeah. Although the roads aren't perfect, you know, sometimes you get like these. What the hell? You know? Little sharp thingy, like, what? You expect me to go up that road? Yeah. It's kind of a buggy system, but it sort of works. But if it's like wheeled road, then you know you're gonna run up this thing and you're gonna just crash, right? Well, we make it hover cars. But then again, if we make it hover cars, you need a new controller for that. Yeah, it's gonna be, I don't know, or maybe we use the same controller, but then we float it up above the ground and have no wheels. Just use jets. Jump jets. Turbo jets. And we can use all these cool alien landscapes and alien buildings that Vitali is making. That'd be cool, won't it? And I get to not make a platformer. Oh my god, yes. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so that doesn't look like a bad idea, right? Hmm. Yeah, doesn't look a bad idea. But you got a new push. Cool. Bringing it in. Bringing it in. Alright. Yeah. Do you add it to the this is the one with flare. Yeah, why not? Alright, so we'll just run in. Oh, it's on the create the material. Alright, let's just do a full. Then again, we better check because sometimes they're on. Yeah, like the. It's not going to. Just try. Anyway, these are just demos. We don't have to use those demos anyway. But I do want to see demo would run. Yeah, they don't. Think. Okay. Got funny. Convert it, and it's probably not gonna work. Really weird. That's okay. At least it's not pink. Vehicle? Okay. Right, which is that don't standard. At least it won't be pink. It will not work. But that's okay. Just check it out. Okay, these will convert just fine. Should convert just fine. Oh, that one's from over. Gotta still clean up the assets anyway, otherwise they'll look weird. Alright. Now everything looks invest into a game? You want to invest in a game? Come invest into our alien racing game. Yeah, it's really loud. Audio. Okay. God damn, that was loud. That was very loud. Oh shit. Not destructible. Rigid body, please. Just to our environment. Yeah. Wanna test this out first. Test out the environment here. It's got physicky thingies. It feels a little physicky, so it's got like some kind of feels like there's some kind of physics on the cars. Feels like anyway. Anyway, when you press spacebar to change cars instead of like drifting. I'm used to games where you press spacebar, you're drifting. Basically, you hit the brakes and you drift. But this game, you press spacebar, you change cars. Okay, so G is to rest cars, E is to turn on police. Not bad. Not bad controller. Take some cars into take everything except the camera. Wait, and unless there's something to do. Oh, there's car switcher on the camera. Of all things, you put a car switcher on the camera. Okay, fine. What are we on? There. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's put the cars in a non-dropping into water spot. Right, how about like Have it drop onto the ground. Okay. All right. Wheel colliders. Oh, fancy. Okay. Can't move. I'm stuck. Ah, there you go. That one's okay. The first car was like dropped into a weird spot and got stuck. Oh, okay. Oh, it's difficult to drive in this terrain. Okay, we have to make a more flat map for it to work. We have a lot of alien ideas though, but yeah, cars are too big. Yeah, we need to widen the road too. We're already crashing into all kinds of things. I've crashed all 3 cars already. Except the first car couldn't even move because its wheels are off the ground. I can't move. Okay, move the other car somewhere else. Where's the rally car? Okay, now it should work. Like the texture in trees. Good texturing, man. Best texturing. It's pink. Can't go wrong with pink. Pink is the best color. Okay, I'm gonna drive very slowly, try to stay on the road. Oh, nope. Nope, not happening. Oh, wait, nope. Okay, I fixed it. Slow, slow. Shit, handbrake, man. Okay, this can be fun. This can be fun. This can be fun. Put stuff that you are going to smash into and have it get smashed, right? That's gonna be fun. Alright, we got stuck again. I think these wheel colliders might not be so good. How about hover cars? Can we take off the wheels and just have it floating around so that we don't have to change all the maps to become like bigger roads and such? Let me go check the script and we need to change the road size. Okay, where's this is the road. Scatter, that's probably road scattering. Go down. Craft. X optimize. We'll just do that. Unload all these. What's going on in it? Okay. This tells you where all the roads are generated. These are where all the points of interest are that connect all the roads. It goes from this step to this step. Adds in the pre-height variables. This is an interlink telling you how many paths each node has, and then it generates all the paths using splines, curvy roads. And this is pathfinding. I don't remember what that is. Oh, this is to make it not static, so it curvatures the roads so that it isn't so straight. Yeah, that's what it does. And here relaxing is making it less crazy. So you make it crazy and then you make it less crazy, and then you optimize to smoothen the curves. You might want to optimize even further for driving simulator because you want the curves you want the roads to be slightly more straight, not so crazy, not so wild. These bears along. Going and getting stuck there. That is true. That is true. We could do that. Put barriers so they don't keep smashing into the outside. Although smashing to the outside can be interesting. That makes you have to drive carefully. But I would definitely like to thicken the roads. Have to figure out bigger road. This is yeah, it's width. Okay, so that's yeah, driving quality roads. Boom. Big rally roads. Okay, now we got big rally roads now. It's go time! Alien Planet Race. Coming to you live. Okay. Let's go. Look at those thick roads, although we need to flatten the terrain a bit so that, you know, it's not so crazy. Because right now it's really hard to even drive on the roads because the roads are quite rough, quite uneven. And this is based on wheel colliders. So if your wheels don't have proper contact with the ground, you're not even going to be able to drive. Alright, there's another thing I can change to make it flatten. Yeah, so we have bigger roads, but the road is still pretty uneven. So it's an off-road rally race kind of game. But this is already the makings of a possible racing game. Holy shit, Pudgy, you saved it. That wasn't a bad idea, you know? Because we got all the elements already, we can use all of that. Okay, I'm stuck again. Damn you, wheels. Easily stuck. Alright. Yeah. So that's why I'm thinking hover cars. Because it's very easy to get stuck in Ivy. Okay, we can even the roads up. Even the roads up. That will definitely help. Okay. Where's my road evenness thingy? Stamp. Flatten? Yes, that's what I want. Flatten range. And alright. And then blend range. The blend range we don't touch yet. We'll just leave flat range of 10. That's already pretty wide. Right? Okay. So now the roads will be procedurally flattened. So everywhere that it draws a road, it will kind of flatten a bit. But it still might be uneven. So let's test it out. Yo. Oh yeah, it's still pretty uneven. Even though we tried flattening it. This is not flat. This is clearly not flat. Okay, maybe I did it wrong. Like it's a stamp. Because that stamp goes right before the height map calculated. Hardness? It's hardness. Is there a tooltip for that? No. Let me try hardness. I don't know what that did. No, the resolution of map just makes it bigger. Just makes the map bigger. The all off distance. So these all have further documentation that I have not been reading up. I mean this is not static. You can just add nodes and fix it yourself. If you know how every single node works, you can go add it and just fix it yourself. So these roads weren't generated for your racing game. If you want a racing game, if there's a specific type of road you want to create, you need to be able to make it yourself. These are just examples. Latin is the right one, I think. So a spline comes in, we stamp the height map, we apply that. So basically it should be flattening the terrain that we draw roads over. Or fall off thing. I can't tell. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It widened and flattened everything. Ha! There you go. Blend range. Blend range was the thing. Badaboo. Look at that. Nice flat roads. Like this high quality alien roads, man. Alien engineering. Best engineering. You can still crash, but that's the plan, right? If you can't crash, then it'll be too easy. Whoa! Yeah, okay. Looking like, holy shit, you're not making me go up that mountain, are you? You're not making me. Yeah, we're doing it anyway. Ah, okay. So it still has, the algorithm isn't perfect, so sometimes you have to tell it to not go on high elevation. There's lots of things you can code for basically using the node graphs. Basically, you're just coding with the node graphs, right? So basically, you can tell it, okay, there's a certain angle where you cannot do roads, and then they'll be, more specific. So you don't go up like these high elevation slopes. We can make it so that either it levels up those slopes, flattens it, and you can even do like tunnels and such, right? It can be done. So there. Oh, look at that. Oh, oh, shit. Yeah. So it could be an interesting driving simulator. Right? Be fun already. Boom. A lot of crashing, but I think that's fine. We need a weight of the. Okay, how are we gonna do the AI for this anyway? Because we have to create waypoints. I already have the code to create waypoints on. Oh my god, this one's yeah. Okay, so this one is not going to be possible. This road is like you ain't going up that shit. Nope, you cannot. Can't go up that road. Uh, climb. Ugh. We can parkour. We can car parkour our way up. We can make good roads on terrains that still available. Yeah, but this one kind of does everything already. We just need to meddle with the nodes and create a node graph that will work. Like you don't have to have such mountainy roads. I mean mountainy terrain. You don't have to. You can have a terrain that's flatter. So if you have such mountainy terrain, obviously you're going to have more difficulty trying to get these roads. So if you build a base map that doesn't have so many mountains, then you'll be fine. You parkour. You park or else. Yeah, basically. Park or else. So, okay, so we don't have to use this map, and the road is just a template, so we can just copy this road and stick it somewhere else. Not a bad road though. Maybe we should use it. Alright, let's okay, the thing is, copy pasting these kind of things is a bit more work. I have to copy paste it. Cut the screen. So we can go to a graph which is not so crazy, and we'll just fix it. Right, what graph were we working on that wasn't so crazy? Wasn't there a Badlands graph that wasn't so nuts? We'll just try a bunch of different graphs. This oh, that one looks same one. Okay, so let's check the. Oh, okay, it's just roads, no terrain at all. So maybe this can be stuck to something. Here's an height. Something flat. Okay, how about the dunes? Dunes is pretty flat. Pretty flat. Dunes and water doesn't seem to make any sense. So let's take out the water. Okay, so flat. And we want to generate roads on this terrain. Do that. This. So code I was looking at. Is there like a connection to the. Wait, how were the roads implemented in? Okay, so dunes is this one. The last map we were on. Simple splines. Right? This was it. This was way rocky. This was a portal to road. Goes somewhere. This one goes to the height. Okay, so road comes in from here, goes into texture. Alright, so that part was just for texturing the road. Enough. And then height map comes into height map. So there's a pre-height calculator and then post-height height map. Okay, and I understand how that works now. Pre-height calculation comes in, feeds into the road generator, and then outputs a height node. The contrast, goes to a stroke, contrast, and then goes to a road node. Road node goes to the texture. Road texture. It's not that hard. Although it will take us like 30 minutes kind of building a node, entire map from maybe an hour. 30 minutes to an hour to fix up this entire thing. Build up a flatter map with all the nice roads. But parking go with the. Yeah, great idea, but then we have to make all these buildings, right? And then you have to make traffic. Roads in cities are not the same as roads elsewhere. These roads are generated as splines. They don't look like roads in cities. If you want to build like roads in cities, you have to build them in grids, which is probably easier, but still it's a whole entire different gig you gotta do. But I like it because this one goes in and builds your roads and flattens it and does all that good stuff for you already. And it's procedural, so we can have different maps, generate all kinds of maps. Every time you play your race, it's a different map. You don't know the route in advance, And there can be all kinds of interesting things along the way. Like alien buildings you can crash into and destroy, so we can still use the destructible terrain system. Yeah, it could work. Well, we can make this a flatter map as well. That will be. Does require a bit of work. Yeah, that's a simple graph spline. I think it's easier if we just use the simple graph spline and just bring the map down to size. Okay, let's go work on that map. So trees are all bad trees because it's going to work. Or can we fix those? Now we're gonna change the trees anyway. We're putting in alien plants and trees. So this means these we don't have to bother with because we're gonna have to change them anyway. So we want to flatten the terrain. These are stones. Okay, this is where the height map. No, this is where the trees are. These are how the trees are scattered. Textures. Here, this is the height map. Going through an erosion curve to the pre-height. So this is where the algorithm for the height map is calculated. We do not want it to be so aggressive. Okay. It doesn't look like a crazy graph. It's that. Alright, let's trim the code. It's too flat now. Alright, let's go back and bit a bit. Okay, so we got a little bit of texture now, but it's not as crazy as it was. As you can see, it's still got some ups and downs and got some interesting roads. And looks like try it out. This part looks like a very steep. Oops. Okay, so now that the map has changed, and the cars needs to be adjusted again. Okay. Okay, driving into another car is a bit awkward. Whoa, okay, yep, you can still drive yourself off a cliff. And it's not even that hard to do. Because the roads don't really give you that much advantage when there's a nice big slope. Oop, okay, that's the road. Now we crashed. Okay, you gotta drive slow because... Okay, there's still a bunch of unevenness. Because there are still slopes. We didn't make it too flat. And we got stuck. Yeah, we're stuck. So yeah, the wheel-based, the wheel collider system makes it very easy for your car to get stuck on uneven terrain. Okay, let's just flatten the whole thing and just get something going. Alright, how about that? some bumps here and there, but mostly we want flatness for gameplay. Oop, okay. Road's gone, but we're back on it. I'm trying to drive as slow as I can. The car controller does give you a lot of speed, but I can't see too far ahead. And it's rocky. Ah! Okay, okay, I made it. I made it. No, nope. Okay, hang on. Hang on, I get back in there. Whoa, we back in business, boys. And think about it. I can drive forever in any direction I want. And I'll never hit the dead end because there is no dead end. We can drive forever. I gotta find a better way. Can't get back on that road. Ah, off-roading. Off-roading. Who needs roads? Screw the roads. Let's just go somewhere else. Let's go drive into the pink. Who needs roads? Roads are overrated. Yeah. Yeah, we got this. Who needs roads? Oh man, we could totally implement gameplay. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we can implement gameplay like drive to this town, and then you have a timer, and then you're just crashing through stuff, and we can still have all those alien buildings because one of them could be made to be like, you know, your objective. You get there before the other aliens do or something. Oh, we found the road again. Ah. Then directions to the next town, and then you have to drive there. I mean, this could be totally different as well. You could make it like a delivery game. Remember when we were talking about like a pizza delivery game kind of thing? This could be even a delivery game with driving mechanics. You drive to the next town, drop off your packages, you know, like an Uber driver game. It could be all kinds of things. There are a lot of interesting. We could even make it a freaking RPG. It's an RPG. You gotta drive to X town, do your quest, you know. You make it a driving RPG. I mean, not doesn't have to be driving. It could be a guy on a horse, right? You could be a guy on a horse riding around, delivering your goods. But I think the driving one is fun though, because it's not bad. We made the roads wide enough to drive and flat enough to drive. And there's still some unevenness, which, you know, makes it interesting. It's not a completely flat map. And we can add other interesting elements. Like I can transition biomes, so we can go from, you know, like regular roads to like desert dunes, and it could be very interesting. And then you can just go around delivering things, or we can think about the core game loop, right? So it's based about going from point to point. It could be procedural storylines or procedural quests, like go to this place. It could even be done in like a, you know, a comedy sense. You could like go to this town, pick up this alien, and then the alien will be in your car as you deliver him, like, you know, your Uber driver driving to the next spot. There's so many things you can do with this concept, and we can, and the map is not limited. You don't have to keep driving in circles like most games make you do. You can just keep driving in any direction, and we can change the map as you keep going. We can procedurally blend you from one type of map to a different type of map. It's crazy the possibilities we have opened up. Am I right? Am I right? We're right. Okay, so now we have one day to process our pivot. Must pivot. Must. Damn, now I kind of regret not buying that. There was a car driving system that was quite popular. It's on sale, and I didn't buy it. 70% off. Alright, now I kind of regret it. I was like, nah, I'm never gonna make a driving game. Look at us now. Who would have thunk it? Actually, it does let you press spacebar to like do a drift brake. Guess it must have been a weird anomaly the last time when I tried pressing spacebar. It changed my car. Yeah, but it does. Whoa, fun. And the best part, this procedural engine lets you do a lot of really cool things to it. So you can actually do things like maybe even create ramps. You can statically place procedural ramps. So you could have like a place where you have a ramp going up and then another place where the ramp comes down, and then you basically have to drive super fast to get across the ramp. You know, could have all kinds of interesting things. Now this thing here, this is an unfortunate bug. You can fix it, but yeah, most of the time people just don't bother fixing it because it's a bug in the engine, generation engine. He knows about it and he was going to fix it eventually, but it's not a high priority. So we get these really bad, like this is actually what you call tile transition. So the way the game, well, the way the engine works is it creates tiles, and then you're moving from one tile to a different tile. When you do a tile transition, roads tend to have problems. So this, when you zoom out, you can see the tiles. The further you go, the easier it is to see the tiles. So you can see this line. You can see the line here. You can see the line. That's basically moving from one tile to another tile. So we are at a tile transition. That's where the usual spline errors will occur. Unfortunately, it is a beta product and there are bugs with the tile system. There's another way to do it, and that's by removing tiles and making super large maps. So if instead of doing like a multi-tile driving thing, you could just make a super gigantic tile, and you can disable infinite generation. Just make one tile instead of 1000, make it example 1000. Yes, so now we have one ultra massive map, so we won't have anything else. Super huge map, although it's fine. Yep. Oh, that's cause there's. Oh wait, it does work. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so now we won't have that driving scene problem, because if you look back in the scene, we are in a single ultra massive map. A single ultra massive map rather than lots of small ones. So there will be no tile transition bugs. Now the downside if this is that it's not infinite anymore. We can still make it infinite. We can still make it generate infinitely. You can still do that, but you know you'd have lesser errors because there will only be one error at the sides when you're transitioning from one tile to the other. And maybe we can add code in there so that when you're approaching the edge of a tile, you know, if there's some weird things, you can kind of just teleport over to the other side. Yeah, still doable. All right, back to this. Yeah, so now we won't see so many of the tile transitions. You know, 10,000 kilometer map is pretty damn huge. Driving. Whoa! Can't go so fast, man. Dangerous. Roads are dangerous. So that's an interesting game you can play without having to kill anybody. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Only Pudgy did. I mean, everybody made suggestions. Nobody thought driving game. Who could have thunk it? And it so happened that we were building a game that could just pivot into a driving game. What luck, right? What luck. Robot parkour game, car driving, racing, delivery, Uber driver simulator with RPG elements. Well, not, but no, you know, we still only have one day left to do it, right? So we gotta go easy on the ideas. Keep it simple. Okay, driving simulator. We can call it an infinite driving simulator. And then can we do things like procedural quests or procedural missions, you know? Can we do that? Will we be able to do that within one day? Alright, so we can already generate points of interest. So we can generate points of interest that become driving objectives. So you have to drive to here to do something, to do X. And then once you get to X, we can give you another mission saying drive to there to do Y or something like that. It doesn't even have to be a race. There doesn't have to be AI. You can just play the game on your own like some kind of RPG, you know, with procedural elements. But if we want to make it race, then we can still do that, and it's not going to be that hard. Make a spreadsheet, throw the ideas out again. Back to the idea phase. Okay, let's go. New game. Alien racing game. Well, alien driving game, because we're not sure we're racing yet. Alien driving game. Alright. Boom. Here we go. Let me just write it on this. Oop, no. Oh, but that's useful. My but never mind. Here's Uber driver. Driving MMR. Pay to earn and money. I have no idea what you're talking about, Wormius. Driving MMORPG. I mean, because you can drive forever doesn't mean you have to. Okay, so actually not robot game. This is like game I kind of bounced around different ideas already. So we need one core mechanic. The most important thing. Why are you driving? Why are you driving in the first place? So we have to either implement missions or racing or a mechanic that gives you a reason to go from place to place, right? There must be a reason. The most important thing, why are you driving? So point A to point B, are you going there to do a mission? Which we can procedurally generate as well, but it's going to take time to do. I think that might take more time than the other, like catching it. Or we can Uber driver for aliens. You can be an Uber driver for aliens. Go there, pick up an alien, drive to the next spot. And then if you successfully do it, you get money. Ka-ching! You made some money, you know, something like that. That's actually really easy to do if it's just delivery or Uber driving. In fact, these two ideas actually can be the same. You know, you go from point A to point B, you can either be delivering a guy or delivering goods. You know, it can be very simple. And there doesn't have to be combat, so that's all clear. So, do we want to have AI? Because I can do that already. I have the code from a previous project where we can do waypoints on the roads. Yeah, it's not 2 days. It's 1 day. All we have is tomorrow and that's it. Because today we changed the idea a bit. But the thing is, we haven't wasted all our work because a lot of the stuff we did can be carried over. Not a waste. All the mapping things I've done can be carried over to the next one. And we have all these alien buildings and assets coming in. That can be used to populate the world. So none of that's going to waste. We're going to use all of it. Good thing I got them to make all these buildings and stuff. Gonna be useful. Yeah, we need to think of a working idea. How about just focus on the Uber delivery guy idea? So the missions can be pretty simple, right? Go there, pick up a character, and then drive to the next spot to deliver the character, or pick up some goods and drive to the next spot, deliver the goods. And then every time you arrive at the location, you get ka-chink, and then you have to go to the next spot to make it. But what? Okay, so what's the goal? Just make money? Just make money, and then just score points. I mean, that kind of game can be okay. Not terribly complicated, right? But there's no like bigger goal, right? We're just driving from point to point and then making money or something. Alien racing game. I mean, alien delivery, alien Uber driver. Yeah, you can call it the alien Uber driver game. So the alien Uber driver delivery guy game. Creature who wants alien, don't give him. But it doesn't have to have anything to do with Earth, though. Why don't we just be aliens? Maybe we can be an alien too. Maybe we're an alien and we're in an alien planet and we're just doing alien things. You know, why do we have to be human? Alien Uber driver delivery. Not very catchy. That's not the name of the game. That's just the name of the concept. You can always think up a game later. I mean, a name later. The name is the least important thing. You thought that was the name of the game? Oh, that's the name of the concept. Because we need to have a concept. Then we work on that. Yeah, I think that will work. Because other things will like require more time, like missions. Missions are basically the same thing as these two things, right? Collecting people and delivering them, collecting goods and delivering them. It's the same thing. You need missions to do that. Same thing. You can actually add stats and stuff to the character, and then you can have RPGs basically. So okay, so how is start of game you get a driver, and then you get to put points in his skills like speed or handling or like braking. I don't know. So what do driving people have stats? What kind of stats do people drive get? Size of balls? I don't know about that. Density, focus. Yeah, but what does that contribute to driving? Like focus? Like how do you implement focus in a driving game? Down has an access to certain area. Pick up and drop them off. Aliens fix access. Time minutes. Twice Earth explore. Power. What does power do for driving? All I can think of is like speed and handling, right? Because then handling will handle your car better, speed will determine how fast you can go, and add those other stats like Fudgy President. Yeah, so we deliver aliens, we deliver things, or the Earth explodes. Bounce. Alright. Yeah, I can only think of speed and handling that actually can be used. Some cars can float. Yeah, that's if we make hover cars and such. But right now we only have regular cars. Find a... I have a racing... I actually do have a racing game template. I do believe I have a racing game template. I can get some better... oh yeah, I've got a racing high road engine. Engine is a racing template. Yeah, we'll use the controller for this. It looks like it might be a better controller. AI is based on waypoints. Okay, that's fine. We have a way to add waypoints to the AI. Anyway, AI is really easy to do, so and that. Yeah, so this map generator stuff we don't care about because we got our own system for that. We have 2 days to make a game, so right now there's only 1.5 days left at best. What? Local multiplayer? Ah, crazy. Driving MMO. Alright. Okay, so good, yes. Download that and see. Driving game. That's the only one. High road. Oh. Spline. Lots of spliny. Let's have a look at that. Hey, I got a racetrack generator. I've got easy roads. Oh, this is complete project. Let's switch projects and then we'll just import stuff over. It might be outdated as well, so you might have like the old input system. But since we don't care about the controllers anymore, it doesn't matter. Okay, we can keep working on the concept while this thing is processing. It'll take a while anyway. So we can use lock the works. Alright, so anyway, the map was kind of doable and it's huge and you can do all kinds of things. We can also place points of interest, you know, make them like villages, towns. I have stuff that can do that. We need the assets, so we need the alien buildings, which we are working on. We are working on the new elements. So, I mean, stats wise, I don't think we got anything else that's interesting. There's only speed and handling, so if you're gonna make it like an RPG, very few things to add. Or you can make it like, how about endurance? How long you can go without food and water or something. That's like a survival game built into a car game. How much food and water do you have? Share the edits. Yeah, you can edit that. You can add stuff too.
Warning. Warning.
Like the sound of this. I like it. We can do this. We can use it for the car racing thing. Yeah, this is good. This is designed for the final minute when you're running out of time. So it's meant to give you like this intensity, this pressure building, the tempo is building, it's trying to build pressure on you. So you can see this is like this last minute. The time's gonna run out, you got a minute left. This is the music that plays when you have 1 minute left. Love it. It's good. This is the 1 minute music. It's good. It's like it's building this intensity in you, and like you're feeling the pressure now. I like it. Oh yeah, acceleration. Yeah, that's a good stat. Yeah, acceleration. Speed, acceleration, handling. About that. Basically. Okay, what else can be in there for like an RPG character, you know? Like if we can have like 5 stats, that's good enough. We'll turn into an RPG. You start the game, you have like baseline stats. Whenever you do deliveries, you gain XP, you level up, you can boost your stats. Just a light RPG element added into it to keep things interesting. Keep that idea open. Definitely good, appropriate track. We're gonna need this. still important.
And you blow up because you ran out of time. Boom.
Well, if we had time, we can even make it way more complex by having different vehicles that you can buy and upgrade. So that to the yes. So yeah, if we can think of a few more stats, then an RPG may be more likely, right? Even 3 stats is starting to look kind of viable, but 3 stats is kind of low for an RPG. Yeah, it's fine. Because if we had no time, we can have different cars, right? And you can drive and buy different cars, and different cars could be better or worse at different jobs. You know, like if your job is to deliver goods, then maybe like a truck or something would be better. And if you buy like a racing car, you can deliver like passengers faster, kind of thing. So you could even have that kind of thing where you're saving up money to buy a better car or a different car or something like that. But if we want to make it about like saving Earth, that's also possible. We just have to, make up some story about if we do this, then Earth will be saved. If not, it'll be destroyed. That also is possible. But our main advantages are infinite procedural map. Basically, we can just keep driving in one direction forever, right? And we'll be able to keep doing interesting things. We don't have to keep driving back to the same places or even driving in circles. We could also make it a race against AI for certain things as well. That will keep the pressure on. That will keep things interesting as well. So it could work. Definitely work. I'm getting super tired though, so we probably have to like call it soon. I'll just finalize this concept and test out that okay. Let's get the artist to model some car. That's it. Try it out. Oh yeah, wait, hang on. Not meant for. Oh yeah, think. But it's all standard shader, so good thing they did shader. Audio's really. Okay, I think it's not working. Okay, I had to reduce the volume for you guys because it's super loud for you guys. Okay, so I think the input system is not working. Yeah, I can't use this now. So we have to switch the input systems again. On both, but it's not working. So it's either the old or the new. When is it though? Tells you whether it's doesn't say, so it's probably gonna use the old system. Because if it's mixed, it should work, but nope. Go back to the old. Looks like there are errors too. But it worked though, it ran. No. Oh, wow, now it's got errors. Oh, that's because the third person control strip. Okay, let's just delete that. Hate it though. Camera controller? No, no, no. It's third person controller script that was bugging out. Yeah. The starter assets folder. So we can just delete everything in starter assets. Oh, let's back it up first at least. Let's back it up. Now this is a standard one, right? The ones we did was in scripts folder. Yeah, we'll just keep this. Probably, yeah, it's the person control stuff. We'll just back it up somewhere. Alright, just copy and paste it somewhere. Right, that's done. So I have a backup of this. Other asset stuff. Okay, once that's gone, it should have no trouble with the old input system only. Okay, now that that's good, let's go inside demo. Bean. Now it should run. Tell the difference anyway. Oops. Probably on some other. This is probably only gameplay related stuff. So where is the control scripts? Yeah, probably here. Can't tell the difference new and the old code for input. I don't really know. Alright, but it doesn't work. I can't control anything. Try a different scene. Nothing works. Alright, so now to move it. See if there's a tutorial of the multi-input system. I don't even get to work on my keyboard. No errors though. So there's no discussion on what kind of UI system they're using? Weird. Shouldn't system? Okay, let's try a different demo. This is tiny cars. Let's try solid. Alright, let's see if it works. Okay, cars. Alright, controls. Kind of. Or are they using? I don't see any control system anyway. It might be just needing the new input system. Ah, that is. And one separate. Okay, let's just do a full project. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, it did take a long time. Maybe it just needs the full um installation because maybe it comes with the controllers as well, as in like the new input system. It already set up all the keys. That's why it tried to install itself as a project. Indo. So I'll have to set up a different project to try it out. But I've got a feeling it's using the new input system. Man, that takes forever. Okay, let's just go do something. Okay. Um, Alright, it's got some stuff in it. That's the full documentation. Right, let's just high speed race. And
Warning, warning.
it can't be the new input system, right? It says supported Unity version 5.5. Ayo, that's really old. Can't possibly be telling us that it's using a new input system. It has to be the old input system. Wow, this is so spammy. On. Yeah, but it did at least fix all the material for all the stuff. The keys don't work though. It has to be the old input system, right? Could be B. Alright, we'll try it again. install this as a full project because otherwise some parts of the controller aren't getting installed or something. Alright, we'll have to do this in a place. This. Just the control script. We changed to the old system, it doesn't work. Maybe it's a new system instead. Well, we'll try it out tomorrow. Right now, more or less happy with the racing. It's kind of like the robot game, except cars make more sense. Yeah, if we can think of a few more stats, we can make it a little bit of an RPG and have, you know, some level ups whenever you gain some experience or something. But now we see 3 stats that could make sense: speed, acceleration, handling. Yeah, I don't know what else could make sense for a driver. Alright, we're gonna call it for today. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. We'll see you guys again pretty soon. Be back to finish the game. Take care, guys. Bye.